Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you for joining us for Day 15, Monica Sementilli. So let's get right to it because they are live.
Being withdrawn from the account.
Okay, I'm going to ask you some specific questions then. Showing the first bank account, and basically what I'm asking you is, overall, were you able to determine that Baker was funding or sharing money with a Christopher Austin?
Yes.
Oh.
No, it's allowed.
Okay. And that's what my line of question will go towards, just to give you an idea where we're going.
Okay.
So, if I may mark an 11-page document, the title page is Robert Baker. It's a financial accounting of all charges in different various bank accounts. And it's 11 pages collectively. If I may mark it as People's 186.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you the account ending in, this is pages 1 through 5. And this is, I'm starting with the account ending in 9366. Okay, I know it's a lot of numbers here.
Okay.
Which account of Baker's is this?
This was his first account.
Okay, and what does this show you?
This shows that on January 6, 2016, there was a $25 withdrawal from this account, and it was actually transferred to Baker's third account ending in 7968.
What is the significance of this transferring of the account ending in 7968?
That's the opening deposit for the third account ending in 7968.
Okay, so was that account then opened in January 6th of 2016?
Yes.
I'm going to jump to, I'll try to make this not too confusing here. I'm going to jump to page 8. Here's the account ending in 7968. There's this 1/6/2016. So basically, that's when an account was opened.
Yes.
And what are we calling this? The third, second?
Third, sorry. The third based
account?
on my analysis. Yes.
Okay. So he has this main account. He opened a new account, and he started it January 6, 2016.
Yes.
This account, does this ultimately end up being an account that's used by Austin? And we'll get to that, but just for reference.
Well, there were money being withdrawn from Alaska from this account.
Which is where Chris
Which
Austin
was,
is.
yes.
All right, let me go back then. All right, turning to page 2. Actually, the back of this. The back of page 1, I should say. You have a chart that you highlighted, 1/25/2016.
Yes. There was $300 that was transferred to the third account ending in 76. Sorry. And then 7968.
And that was on 1/25/2016, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Putting up page 8 again, we have the 120, I'm not going to go through all these, but 1/25/2016 to $300. What was the significance of that?
So basically, that was being funded, and then on the same day, $303 were withdrawal from Alaska.
All right, so can you explain how it was withdrawn from Alaska?
It looks like that this person had a card ending in 1311, and it was through an ATM.
So, just to be clear, I know I'm going to get confusing, but Baker took money from $300 from one account, transferred it to his other account, Baker's other account, correct?
Yes.
And then in Alaska, there was a withdrawal for that same amount.
Yes.
And is that?
Well, there was a fee. Obviously, 303. It's the $3 probably is a fee.
Okay, minus the fee, right? Yeah.
Yes.
And then at some point, did you see that money then deposited into Chris Austin's account?
Let me see a minute. I think.
Let me put up.
Okay.
Sorry, can we get an answer to the...
Oh. You have an answer?
Oh, yes, I can see that. I mean, not the whole amount was deposited. There was some cash that was deposited into this account.
Okay.
Thank you.
I know this is a lot of numbers. And this is Chris Austin's account right here that you analyzed as well?
Yes.
Okay, and there's a highlighted portion right here. What is that?
So on January 25th, 2016, it showed a deposit of $60. And then, of course, I had a notation where 303 was withdrawn from Baker's account, ending in 7968 on the same date.
Okay, so in simple terms is Baker's funding another account that Austin appears to have the ability to withdraw from in Alaska.
Yes.
Okay. And that was in the January timeframe that was happening.
Actually, it happened January 2016.
Right.
Yes.
Sorry, I should have been clear on that. But then it continues to happen closer to the date of the murder, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'll go to that to make it a little clearer. Let's go to this is page 2 of 186. July of 2016. You highlighted that section as well, and that was 6 months then before the murder of Fabio, when you just testified to you saw charges of Baker in Las Vegas as well as the defendant.
Yes.
So was there activity again on Baker's account that ended up funding for Christopher Austin?
Yes.
Can you explain that?
So on July 25th, 2016, there were 2 transfers, one for $130 and one for $100. And they were both transferred to Baker's third account ending in 7968.
Okay, and that's reflected on the 7968 account, correct?
Yes.
Which is People's 8. That the 130 and the 100, correct?
Yes.
And then did that money get withdrawn in Alaska?
Yes.
And
yes. I mean, well, basically it was used to purchase a plane ticket from Alaska Air. But it's the same using the card ending in 1311.
and can you just explain that, what you just said?
Oh, sorry.
Rather than showing you all these graphs, it's easier if you explain it.
Okay, so basically it looked like on July 28th, there were 2 charges to Alaska Airlines. But they were done with the card ending in 1311, which was the same card number that was used to withdraw money from that account.
So again, Baker took money from his first account, put it in this other account. It appears as though it was withdrawn in Alaska, and a ticket was bought for Christopher Austin to Los Angeles.
I don't know that. I didn't see the supporting document.
So what do you know?
All I know is that there were tickets purchased from Alaska Airlines using that card that was the one that was being used in Alaska.
It was withdrawn in Alaska and airline tickets were bought.
Yeah.
Okay. And then let's move to, and this is again Baker's main account. We've got the 1/12/2017. You've got a couple things highlighted. What is that?
Yes, so on January 12, 2017, $380 was transferred to the Baker account ending in 7968. Then on January 23rd, 2017, $120 was withdrawn in cash.
From where?
Sorry, I don't have the detail on here as to where.
Do you need me to put up another?
Yes.
Which one?
I think the detail on
the 7968 account?
yeah, let's try that. Yeah, 7968, please. So, no, I don't have it on here either. Okay, can we go back to the last sheet? Yes. Oh, I see. If you look at, there was one schedule, it's just a bank statement that I had.
A bank statement.
Yes.
Is it this last page? No.
No, it should be the third page.
Okay.
Oh. Oh, correct. Oh, no. I think you had it. May I refer to my notes?
That'd be great.
Okay. So it was the $120 withdrawal at Victoria Boulevard, Reseda, California.
Okay, what is that in reference to?
That's the location where the withdrawal was done.
And that's on okay, I was talking about specifically 112,
Yes.
2017, is at $380, right?
Yes.
And then below that was the 120. So what was, let's
Correct.
start with the 380, what was that?
That was just a transfer to the Baker account ending in 7968.
And then what happened to that money?
May I see the detail for 7968? Yes. So you can see on January 12, 2017, 303 was withdrawn from the account in Alaska using the same part number 1311.
Okay. And then, do you know what that money was, coincides with buying airline tickets again?
Let me see.
Let me help you out here. Chris Austin's account.
Okay, yes. On January 17, yeah, if you show Christopher Austin's account,
Wait.
page 14 or 19.
This is our page 13.
Yes. Oh, okay, sorry. So on January 17, 2017, there were two charges to Alaska Airlines, one for $179.30 and one for $180.80.
Okay. Overall, the point of your analysis is on the July of 2016 as well as the January 2017, Baker moved money from one account to another account that he had, and that account, the money was withdrawn in Alaska, which would presumably mean somebody has an ATM up there that can withdraw the money.
Has a card, yes.
And then that money is shown in Christopher Austin's account purchasing airline tickets.
Yes,
So it appears as though Baker's funding these airline tickets.
yes.
Okay. It's a lot of numbers to get through that, right? All right. And then the last topic I wanted to ask you about is, did you also look at were you asked recently to look at some value of stock options back in 2017 that were part of Fabio Sementilli's benefits?
Yes,
Okay. So can you explain what you did or what you're asked to do?
yes.
Go ahead.
So what I did was I was provided with a P&G letter to the estate attorneys, and it showed. Would you have the source?
Remember, it's People's 187. It's a 4-page document with the P&G logo on it regarding stock options.
Very good.
Okay, so in the bottom.
All right?
Okay.
And this is a document from P&G to the estate attorneys, correct?
Yes.
And then you communicated with the estate attorneys as well, who handled the probate.
Yes.
All right, and I'm going to zoom in at the bottom part, and if you could just explain what that is.
So this showed that there were 3 sets of stock options. The grant dates were February 28, 2014, February 27, 2015, February 29, 2016. And they were all vested the day that he passed, on January 23rd, 2017.
Are you able to explain what vested means?
That means that they're eligible now for the stock, to be able to exercise the stock option.
And are you familiar with stock options?
Somewhat.
To the point of, can you give just a general idea of what this means, what a stock option is?
Yeah, just basically it's sort of an incentive to provide to your employees. You know, sometimes you don't choose to pay them as much in salary, so you provide them with stock option, and then that keeps them in the company, and then eventually you could cash that in for cash.
And you say it's an incentive. It's a bonus to an employee.
Yes.
You give them an option, but they're not paying anything when they get the options. They just get a fixed price on a number for stock for the future if they want to end up exercising it, meaning cash it in, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but they don't pay anything up front.
No.
All right. So these stock options, when they say that they vest, that in this particular case, when Fabio died, that meant the stock options he'd been given were available to, for lack of better words, cash it.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, go on.
Okay, so, and then there are certain expiration dates. So like for the stock option that was granted in 2014, it was going to expire in 10 years, obviously in February 28, 2024. And it's the same for the other two sets of stock options.
Okay.
So that's the information I extract from here was the number of outstanding stock option that was granted and when it was vested.
Okay, and you have no knowledge, well, never mind. So then what did you do after that?
Then I look at what was sent to me on the actual exercising of the stock option, and that took place in February of 2024.
And this is page 3. And that's from the probate attorneys? Is that correct?
Yes.
Now it says 3/5/23. Is that correct? You said 2024.
No, it was a typo. I confirmed with him it was 2024.
All right. So just to be clear, Fabio had these outstanding stock options. They were able to be exercised or cashed in, but they weren't right away, right?
No.
They weren't until 2024.
Yes.
So what we want to know then is we have the value that we were given from the probate in 2024 being $935,814.43. What we want to know then, were you able to determine the value of these stock options? Had they been able, we heard testimony that they were held, but if they were cashed in 2017?
Yes, with one estimate that I had to make.
And can you walk us through the estimate that you did?
Okay, so what I did was, could you show the
Page 4.
Yes.
Did you create page 4?
Yes.
All right.
So the bottom schedule, it just shows how it's exactly the same thing as the chart that you previously showed. And what I wanted to know was what was the option cost. That's one thing that I couldn't figure out, how it was calculated.
What do you mean when you say option cost?
Well, basically what they do is they'll take the gross value of the stock option at exercise date. And then there's an option cost that sort of like discount what it need to be for these stocks. So they're not gonna, the person who's exercising the stock option is not gonna get the full value of the gross value. They're gonna get the net value of that stock option.
If I were to give you an example, we don't know what it was, but if Fabio was offered 100 shares of stock at $100, okay? As it goes up, the stock goes up, and now it's $150. You just get the profit for what he was offered at 100. He only gets the profit at $50, right?
Yes.
So that's what you're talking about.
Yes.
So when you say the stock option cost, that's the number that they gave it to him at going. You get anything above this number.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. So what I did was I did a percentage. So I divided this option cost into the gross value at exercise date. So the stock that was granted in 2014 came to be 50% and 50.17%. The stock option that was granted in 2015 came to 54.3%. Then the stock that was granted in 2016 came to 51.21%. So then what I did was I Googled what the historical value. So Google Finance was able to provide me with what the value at closing day on January 23rd, 2017.
And what
that-
was the value, that, and it's an estimate, but the estimated value, had all three of those series of stock options been exercised, what was the gain?
It would have been, the gross value would have been $1,080,478.
Okay, but what's the gain of the money that the defendant could have received
Yes.
had she been able to exercise those?
So conservatively, I used the highest percentage of the offset, which was 54.3%. So that came to $493,778.45.
And when you're saying you use the highest percentage, why?
Because then it would bring the value lower.
So this is a conservative estimate at $493,000.
Correct.
Okay. It's complicated, and you're a certified forensic accountant, correct?
Yeah, it's a little bit, yeah.
Okay. So again, there's three series of options that were offered to Fabio in 2014, and they were valued at a certain amount, and then in 15 they were valued a different amount, and 16 are valued a different amount.
Yes.
You took the most conservative number of the value to estimate that in 2017, to the best of your estimation, they would have been, the gain, the net money that she would have received would have been around $493,778.
Yes.
And in 2014, when they were actually exercised, meaning turned in, the gain was $935,814.
2024.
2024, yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have no more questions.
May cross.
Thank you, Honor. Hello, Ms. No.
Hi.
So like saying you know a lot, right? Should avoid everything. I'm a little curious on the option. An option is something that you purchase at a certain time, and they give you the stock at that price, correct?
Do I understand this? A stock option is being offered. You don't buy it.
Well, you buy the option. You're given the option. I'm sorry.
Yes.
You're given the option at a certain price.
Yes.
All right? And that price is usually the value of the stock at the time you get it, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if you exercise the option at that time, if you got the stock at 20 and exercise it at 20, you make no profit.
Correct.
Correct? And if you wait to cash it in or exercise it, you are gambling as to whether or not the stock is going to go up or down. Correct? Is that right?
Yes.
That's how that. So if you get the option at 30 and you exercise it, the stock is 20, you've lost 10 points. Correct?
Yes.
You're going to owe money.
Yes.
So you're not going to get that, exercise that option.
I'm going to object on the owe money.
Well, I understand what you're saying. However, the witness did answer it. You can clarify and redirect.
I would just let it expire, not exercise.
Right. Why would you take a stock at 20 that's worth $10? Correct? Okay. Or you wait to see if the stock is going to go up, and that's the gamble. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So Procter & Gamble, or Wella, allowed Fabio Sementilli on 3 different occasions to gave him options at a certain price. Correct?
Yes.
One was in 2015, one was 2016, and one was
14.
14. Okay.
Wait.
14, 15, and 16.
Yes.
Okay. And you know the price or the value of the stock at that time. You know what the option that he was given at what value. You know what it is.
Yes.
Okay. So the value would, I'm sorry.
Objection on vague.
It's overruled.
Well, objection on speculation that she knows.
Well, do you know the option price that Fabio Sementilli was given?
Yeah, now in retrospect, yes. And I think it's part of one of the schedules that I used, that it was on there. And it was the closing price of the day that the stock was granted, the stock option was granted.
Okay, so you know that the value on that date that he got the option, what the stock was worth.
Yes.
Okay. And then on that date, if he cashed it in, he'd break even, right?
Yes.
Okay. What was the value of the option in 2014?
May I see the P&G? Or you could just move it up. Yeah, so these are the granted prices.
You're looking at Exhibit 187, it looks like, at the bottom here.
So, I'm sorry, your question was, what date were you
Well,
interested in?
In 2014, the granting date was 2/28/2014. Is that right?
Yes.
And the granting price was $78, correct?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
2015, it was worth $85, and in 2016, it was worth approximately $80. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in 2000, Fabio Sementilli died on 1/23/17. Is that correct?
Yes.
So the grant price of $80, you're not saying that he was given the option on the day he died, are you?
I'm sorry, can you,
I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong date. All right, so he was granted the option that on 2/29/2016 was the granting date. The grant price was $80, correct?
yes.
What was the value of that stock on 1/23/17?
I believe it was 86, sorry. May I see the schedule that I created? Oh, here we go. It's 8696.
So the stock that he was granted in 2016, on the day of his death, it went up 6 points. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So if it had been exercised on that day, what would the profit have been? 6 points, right?
Yes.
And what was the stock worth on that day?
8696.
So what would his profit have been?
It would have been 36,000, maybe?
How many shares was he granted?
4299.
4,299?
Yes.
Okay. So his profit was 36,000, is that correct?
Approximately.
If it had been exercised on 1/23/17, the day he was dead, right?
Yes.
Okay. The stock option that was issued in 2015, the granting price was $85, correct?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And again, the value of that stock on the day of his death was the same amount you just gave us, 80 what?
8696.
So it went up 1 point.
Yes.
So if he had exercised, or someone had exercised that option on 2017, the day of his death, he would have made a profit on one share of the stock, correct?
Yes.
What was the value of that stock on that day?
I don't know, approximately 4,000-ish?
One share was worth 4,000.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I mean, $1.86.
All right, so you add that to the previous amount we talked about was 42,000, you said? 30%. The amount we just said on the previous option, you said he would have made a profit of 40 something.
No, I would think that it would be 86.96 less $80.29, and then multiply by the outstanding stock.
Outstanding shares.
Yes.
So on the $1 profit, what would his profit have been? How many shares would he?
It has 47. Sorry.
47,
42.47.
$4,247.
Yes.
And the stock that he was granted in 2014, the granting price was $78, correct?
Yes.
How many shares was he given?
79. Sorry.
3,897 shares?
79. You said 97.
I'm sorry. And the stock was the same price on the day of his death, what, 80 what?
86.96.
So what was the profit there? How many shares, how many points
Like
did it go up?
$8. Around $8.
All right, and how many shares was he again granted?
38.79.
So 8 times 38.79 is what? About
32.
32,000? Right?
Yes.
So the three amounts that would have been gained if all three options had been exercised on 2017, you said was $493,000?
Well, that was because bear in mind that the estimate. I mean, that was one thing I couldn't quite determine.
Well,
All
right.
Yes. No. Okay.
It seems to me, and I'm not an accountant, that if you know how many shares he was given in an option, and you know the price of the stock at the time he was given that option, and you know the price of the stock when it vested and you exercise the option,
Okay.
it's the difference in the price times the amount of shares,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Where does conservative or not conservative come in? Can't you get the exact amount by looking at those numbers?
Yes. In retrospect now, yes, I see it.
Okay, and the total amount that he would have, or someone would have gained would be somewhere around $72,000. Is that right?
Roughly, I guess.
Okay. So this figure of $493,000, which you said was conservative, that was way off.
Yes.
Okay. That's okay.
I
just want to
realize
get the two figures here. So assuming that Monica Sementilli or someone else had exercised these three options on the date of 1/23/2017, the date of Fabio Sementilli's death, there would have been a profit of about $72,000.
Okay.
Is that right?
I didn't calculate off the top of my head.
Well, we just did it. Though.
Okay.
Okay. They were not exercised on that date, were they?
No.
Do you know when they were eventually exercised?
Yes, in February of 2024.
And they were exercised not by Monica Sementilli or Luigi or anyone in the family. They were exercised by the estate attorneys, correct?
Because they were going to expire. The first set was going to expire in
Okay.
February 2024.
So they almost expired before they were exercised, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I don't know if you know or not, but wasn't the estate notified by Procter & Gamble that if you don't exercise these options in a week or two, you're going to lose them?
I don't know.
Okay. But you do know that they were all exercised on the same date, or were they not?
Yes.
Thank you. This is another portion of that same exhibit. And we see the net cash, net fee, and it was, all right,
It was a typo.
3/5/23. Are you saying it was actually 24?
It was 24.
Okay. So by 2024, 5 years after, or 7 years after the death of Fabio Sementilli, and 7 years after the arrest of Monica Sementilli, the estate exercised those options because they were going to lose them if they didn't, right?
Yes. The first set anyway.
And the value at that time of those options was around $935,000, correct?
Yes.
Which is now sitting in the estate of Fabio Sementilli.
Yes.
Now, let me go back now to the investigation you did into the bank accounts of Robert Baker and Monica Sementilli. Who gave you your instructions as to what accounts you were to look at?
I was provided with a lot of bank accounts, and I looked at every one of them.
Okay. When you say a lot, can you summarize let me see if I can make it easy. Were you given the accounts of Monica and Fabio Sementilli?
Yes.
Okay. From what years were you given?
Okay, I had 8 bank account of Monica and Fabio, and also some of them with the children.
Okay.
Okay, and they were for the period of, it varied between September 15 through October 2018.
Okay, so September of 2015.
Yeah, they're not all inclusive. They're not, I mean, basically they cover all different periods, but that's around the ballpark. I mean, so the earliest date of bank records I had was September 2015, and then the last set was October 2018.
And how did you obtain those records?
They were provided to me by the DDA.
By Mr. Silverman and whoever was in charge at that time of the
Yes.
case? Okay. And those were the records that you used, correct?
Yes.
You didn't go out and ask for or obtain any other records?
No.
Okay. So when you were given those records, were those the complete records of all the years in between of each of those accounts? Do you know?
Yes.
They were?
Yes.
Okay. And did you know anything about the case at that time? What it was, what the charges were, what the theory was of the prosecution?
Not at first.
Okay. Well, what were you asked to look for in the beginning?
I was just asked to analyze the bank records to see what kind of activity took place in these bank accounts.
Well, there are hundreds of entries, right?
Yes.
So it was not narrowed down into looking at travel or names or locations or dates or anything like that?
Later on. But I analyzed everything in totality.
And you haven't told us everything you analyzed.
No.
Okay.
I mean,
So you looked at them to see, in general, what kind of records they were? Is that right?
yes.
And then at some point, were you given more specific instructions as to what you were looking for?
Yes.
And when was that? How long after you got the records?
I don't recall.
Okay. And who gave you those instructions?
DDA Silverman.
Okay. And what were those instructions?
I mean, well, I was asked to look at trips.
Trips out of Los Angeles?
Yes.
Okay. What else?
Sometimes, I mean, they're looking for a specific date, location, and I would go back to the bank record and try to locate that information.
Like Las Vegas?
Las Vegas,
Myrtle Beach?
yes. And then I even something locally.
Did you look at all travel records or just those records relating to the locations that Ms. Silverman gave you?
Well, I look at all information within the bank statement. I didn't look at actual travel record.
I understand. But did you give us records relating to all the travel of Ms. Sementilli during that period of time?
They are part of my analysis.
But you didn't give us records analysis as when she traveled to Canada back and forth, did you?
It's noted in the bank records.
But right now, okay.
I didn't extract the information, but it was part of the bank records.
Okay, so if I asked you anything about their travel or wherever they went during those periods of time, you could tell me?
Yes.
But you'd have to look at the records.
Yes.
Okay. So today you were just asked about certain locations like Las Vegas and Myrtle Beach.
Yes.
Were you prepared ahead of time to answer questions about those records? You were told you were going to be asked about Myrtle Beach and Las Vegas and so forth?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you know how those records were obtained by the district attorney's office?
No.
Okay. Were you asked to, you mentioned Mr. Austin, is that correct?
Yes.
Were you given his name as well as someone they wanted to know if his name turned up in any of these records?
No. I think basically, as I was viewing the information, there were a lot of activity in Alaska, and I could see that money is being deposited in Baker's account locally in the valley, but then someone was withdrawing money in Alaska, and that seemed peculiar.
And I'm sorry if this is already asked. When did you do your analysis?
For,
What you testified to today.
over the last few years,
When did you start?
I don't recall.
And when did you end?
The last of my analysis was Austin's account, I think within last year.
Okay. So when did you first start looking at these records? What year?
I don't recall.
You don't have any record of that? A year ago, 2 years, 3 years?
I'm sure. Maybe 3 years, possibly.
At any time before a little while ago, were you asked to look for Mr. Austin's entries or name in any of these records?
No, only when I analyzed his bank records.
Okay, and that was just a little while ago? A
Yes.
few months ago?
Yes.
Okay. But had you been asked to look at Mr. Austin's records dating back to 2017 or 16, you could have done that, right?
No, I can only look at what was provided to me.
But you had Baker's records dating back to what year?
I guess whenever I started,
No,
a
but-
few years back.
What year of his records, how far do they go back?
Oh, his bank records.
Yeah.
Let me see. The earliest I had is September 2015.
Okay. So Mr. Austin's name appears back even to 2015, isn't that right?
Austin's name?
Yeah, as getting funds or whatever from Mr. Baker or
Well, I
ATMs?
mean, my analysis does not indicate who the money was going to.
Well, when does Austin's name first appear, or his bank records first appear in your analysis?
I think just last year.
He was first given money last year?
No, his name finally came up last year for me.
And it came up in whose records?
I think it was a discussion between me and DDA Silverman.
Did they come up, the transactions, in Mr. Baker's records as well?
There were transactions being shown, but the bank record did not identify who was doing the withdrawal of the money.
It just showed Baker was sending money to Alaska. And
No,
other-
it just shows someone was withdrawing money in Alaska.
Okay. Dating back to 2015, right?
I think 16 was the first, because that's when the account was opened, in
All right.
January 2016.
And did it show in Mr. Baker's records that there were travel expenditures in 2017?
Ooh, can you be a little more specific?
Well, what's the earliest after you were asked to look for Mr. Austin that you saw he was traveling? It appeared with funds supplied by Mr. Baker.
July
Of?
2016.
Okay. Before Mr. Sementilli's death.
Yes.
And had you been asked to identify Mr. Austin's travel or records or so forth, with those records you had, you could have identified him at any time if you were asked to look for it, right?
I didn't get the Austin bank records until last year.
But
So-
you had Baker's.
Yes, but Baker did not identify. I mean, it showed purchase at Alaska Airlines, but whom it was. I never saw the detail from Alaska
Okay.
as to who the tickets was.
Did it show purchases around January 23rd, 2017?
I think in January, in Austin's account, because I think we noted there was a transfer, withdrawal of money from Baker's account, and then for Austin on January 17, there were two purchases of for Alaska Airlines.
Well, how did you connect that eventually to Baker's account?
No, I mean basically I brought up the issue with DDA Silverman, and then they went from there.
Okay, but then you connected it to Baker, correct?
Well, I mean, all I know is there was activity between Baker and someone in Alaska.
You knew that from the time you first started looking at his records, correct?
No. I mean, well, when I first look at his, yes, I see the activities, but
You
I didn't know
just-
who was it for.
Did
Oh,
you
what?
Okay, but did you tell the DA's office at that time you saw activity from Baker's account to somebody in Alaska?
I think we talked about it.
That you didn't know the name of Austin at that time?
No.
In all of these records, you saw in your records expenditures that were paid by Monica Sementilli in the travel to Las Vegas and to Myrtle Beach, correct?
Yes.
Okay. She appeared to pay for a larger amount of the activity than Mr. Baker did,
I
correct?
think so.
Did you ever see any activity involving Monica Sementilli to Mr. Austin?
No.
Nothing.
No.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further by the people?
Yes, just briefly, to clarify, I want to give you an opportunity to clarify or explain. On 180, People's 187, the last page, your calculation with your numbers, so we can have a clear understanding. Can you come up with like what you were doing here to get this number? Do you have a 54.30% under it?
Well, I mean, now in retrospect, I realized that I was incorrect.
Okay,
Okay.
what is that 54%? Like, what were you doing?
So I was trying to figure out what the option cost was. I, unfortunately, being a civil servant, I never owned stock options. So I didn't really fully understand. It was just recently that I started looking at it.
Right, recently.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that's in the last week or so.
Okay.
Okay, so I've been reading and I tried to figure out what option cost was, and I didn't quite fully comprehend.
When you're saying what the option cost was, what do you mean by that? Like, you're trying to understand what
How that was calculated. So I'm sorry, I don't know the gentleman's name.
Mr. Levine.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Levine. So Mr. Levine pointed out, as he was explaining, it dawned on me how the difference.
Okay, but so, just so we're clear, we have clear information.
Yeah.
So that number then,
Yes.
when you use this 54%, what were you doing?
I thought I could, I mean, maybe that was the ratio between the option cost and the net, the value, the
Okay.
gross value. But in retrospect, it's because when I did this calculation a couple of days ago, P&G was at 166.
Okay.
So it's gone way up. So that the percentage is no longer reflective of that. So, now he explained to me, it's like, okay, now he did a good job in explaining to me, it's like, okay, it's the difference between what the value was the date of death
Okay.
versus the date that was granted.
All right, I just want to be clear so that you have an opportunity to explain it. Now, also with stock options, you don't have any, I know. The point of stock options, though, is when you give them in a company, you don't know how much it's going to go up. But the idea of it is it's an incentive because the belief, as Mr. Levine said, it's a gamble, but the gamble is in hopes that it's projected to go up, right?
Yes.
So the thought is that you're going to have some increase as the years progress with the company if it does well.
I'm going to object. There's no foundation.
Sustain.
Okay. For Christopher Austin, you didn't even have his name until recently when he was arrested, right?
I think a little bit before that, so
Okay.
last year sometime.
So last year you started with his name, but you weren't asked to actually follow up on anything with Austin as far as getting these financial records until we actually gave you a name.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Anything further?
Can you tell us when last year you were first given the name of Austin?
I can't remember. Maybe mid-year, possibly.
You have you have no record of that, of writing it down or anything?
No.
Thank you.
Anything further?
No.
Thank you, ma'am. You are excused.
Thank you.
Take our next witness. This is all out of order.
No one's out of order. I think it's resuming with Detective Gates.
Very good. Thank you. We started later. I'd like to go another 15 minutes, 20 minutes. I thought he wasn't going to be in court line. I thought he wasn't going to be in court line. I'm talking about another case. Don't worry. I should inform counsel and the jury we may be breaking early for lunch so I can handle another matter. Detective Gable, please retake the stand. You're still under oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
And the defense may continue with their cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Yesterday, you testified concerning the...
Wait, 1 moment.
Oh, was that from yesterday? Oh, I have so many pairs. But I bought a new pair. Thank you. I don't think there's on mine.
Yeah, they were left on the stand.
Oh, they are. Okay, thank you. Two's better than one. One is none.
You know, we share reading glasses for the entire staff. We're always looking for another pair.
Thank you. Reminded me to get mine. At some point, you were testifying concerning the arrest of Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker, correct? Remember that?
I remember we discussed that, yes.
Right, and you testified concerning the recordings that were made and that could not be made of their activity in the patrol car after they were arrested, correct?
Correct, I remember, yeah.
All right. And part of that was played, I think, while you were on the stand to the jury of the two defendants at that time, two arrestees that were in the car, and the as good a verbal recording as you could get, correct?
Correct.
And I think you also indicated that what was being shown on the screen was a visual of the two arrestees at that time in the police car, correct?
Yes, the latter portion of it, yes.
But that there was no synchronizing of the sound to what the jury was viewing on the screen.
Correct.
So what you were hearing was not necessarily the same time as what you saw on the screen, correct?
Not at all, yeah.
Okay. And when you say not at all, what do you mean? Not even close?
Not even close, because when the recording that recording, the video that you were seeing was far toward the end of the recording. So when the recording started, that video was never captured.
So do you know why the video was shown at all?
I don't know why they decided to show it.
Okay. But what was played to the jury were snippets, or a truncated version of what you had recorded that day, correct?
I don't know.
Well,
I just know that it was later in the incident. I don't know if that clip was truncated or edited.
So when you were following through, you don't know whether it stopped at certain points and then began at other, or whether it was all contiguous?
Correct, I don't know.
Okay.
Because I was actually just reading the transcript and just glancing up at that.
Okay. Your Honor, per prior agreement, we would like to play the entire period of time during which the recording was made that the jury heard parts of yesterday.
Would you like to have that marked as 616?
Okay. And we have transcripts, but I assume you want to...
Well, let me, yeah, first.
Okay.
The recording marked as 616.
Okay.
CD, thank you. And the transcript is 617. Let me inquire as to the length of time.
43 minutes now.
Thank you. Now we'll take our morning. Yeah, Mr. Platt, see you back here in 15 minutes. Jury and also the President, Detective Gable, still under oath. So you had a little longer break than usual. What happened is I had to go to another courtroom. As I'm in another courtroom, unbeknownst to me, Esther, who's in charge of the keeping time for the breaks, paused her clock. And then I get back, and she forgot to reset it. The only thing I can think of, and I don't understand soccer at all, but I guess this is stoppage time. In any event, at this time you may hand out the transcript. People strike that. Defense 617. And the same admonition applies to this transcript as all transcripts. Yes, thank you. Does everybody have a transcript? The answer is no. Negative response. They do.
Oh, I will. I will. This was ridiculous.
And then the dealer stuff, what the hell, man?
What the fuck? What? What the fuck? Get me out of this car! What the fuck? What the fuck, man? Hold on. Fuck, man. What is going on? What the fuck?
I have no idea what the fuck's going on there.
This shit's fucking crazy.
What is going on?
Ma'am,
Yes, I heard everything. What is this?
there's a warrant for your arrest for murder.
Oh my gosh, I just talked to the detective this morning.
Back him up, I gotta give him a phone.
Okay, please do.
We're gonna have to
Oh my god, my husband was murdered 7 months ago.
I'm very sorry for your loss.
How can this be?
All I can tell you is you got a warrant for your arrest, and I'm gonna make a phone call right now.
Oh my god, please.
Listen. I know, listen. Gotta get a lawyer immediately.
I will, I will.
This is crazy. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. This is absolutely fucking insane. It's fucking nuts. What's wrong with these fucking people, man? What the fuck? What the fuck's going on? I don't know. But what the fuck? They don't. They always fucking people. That's why I don't like talking to these people. I don't like talking to them. I didn't tell them. I didn't tell them exactly the single question that I had to say. Because they always make shit up. You? Fucking you? That's insane. That's fucking insane.
We may have additional on your first consent subject for the papers. Can you verify the DOT one more time? Roger, control 7. Okay, DOT is going to be 05-02-1962. Okay. 43, Roger. Anybody's on the paper is on pushing with a felony warrant. First degree murder of Fabio Sementilli.
going to go together, so we have another unit coming right now. Okay, and then we're going to call up to an event on this.
Okay, and the type of there?
I'll talk to them.
Okay, can you just, I can't breathe.
Okay,
Please.
Sit back, okay?
Is there any other information you can give me?
I don't know. That's it. Sorry.
I can't do anything yet. Please, can you come here? Oh God! Please help! I can't do it.
They're not here. They're not here.
Help me!
That means they're satisfied with 18 whatever that is, I have no fucking clue what the fuck is in their minds. Just keep your face over there.
So we're going to take that. Additional on Robert Baker. He is showing as a 290 registrant at a 6'8", 1 foot independent apartment 110 Canova Park.
There you go. That's why. And that's why I'm in the shit. This is why you get the first year of friendship with me.
I need to know what's going on right now. I can't breathe. I'm having a big problem back here. Help me. I can't breathe. Can you help me, please? I'm just throwing up and sitting in the air. Please help me get the man.
Put on the street or something.
Oh my God. Please. No. I need to stand up, please. I'm going to throw up. Please. Help me. Can you just stand with me? I'm going to faint. Somebody did this.
Knowledge of custody and treat you like this.
company.
doing?
Transcripts, thank you. Being retrieved. Mr. Levine, you may continue.
Thank you very much.
Can I ask a quick question? Can I ask a quick question? I'm confused on that. No? Okay. All right.
Detective Gable, you just, I'm sorry, you just listened along with everyone else to the tape recording of conversations as they were of Mr. Baker and Ms. Sementilli in the vehicle after the arrest, correct?
I did.
Okay. Now, there were certain portions of that transcript, or there were certain times when you simply could not hear what they were whispering. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said, I believe yesterday, that your intent, well, let me ask you this. One of the primary purposes of arresting them together and putting them in that vehicle, shortly after you had informed Ms. Sementilli that she had been cleared of everything, was to see how she would react, correct?
Correct.
You already had enough evidence involving Mr. Baker that he had committed the murder in this case, just based on the DNA evidence.
I had enough evidence for both. I've already secured the Ramey warrants.
Okay. So you secured arrest warrants, which means in your mind, and signed by a judge, there was probable cause to arrest both Ms. Sementilli and Mr. Baker.
Absolutely.
And you're aware that probable cause is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. You just have to have suspicion, strong suspicion, correct?
Probable cause.
I'm sorry?
Okay. And
That would be sustained. The answer's already in. It's triggered.
And the only reason you had not arrested both Mr. Baker and Ms. Sementilli before is you were hoping to get more evidence than you had already had, correct?
Objection asked me.
It's cumulative. Sustained.
Okay. So you put them in the vehicle. That's all staged, correct? The manner in which it was done.
The manner in which it was done, yes.
And you made sure that they were both arrested together, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And tell us again what efforts you made to be able to actually hear everything that was said in that vehicle, including parts where they might be whispering?
Sure. So what we did was we put, we intended to put two, for lack of better terms, whisper recorders.
Can I interrupt you a second? You did put them in, right?
Well, we intended to put two, but only one went in.
Okay.
Sorry.
Go on.
Okay. So we intended to put two in the back of the police vehicle. One in the backrest, and then one on the little wall in front of them where their mouths would be. And that's what was. And one, only at the end of the day, only one of them was put into the vehicle, and that one was inadvertently turned off instead of turned on.
All right. Let's go back. This was an event that you had planned for some time, correct?
Yes.
And had many officers involved, correct?
At various times.
Okay. And you could have arrested Ms. Sementilli and Mr. Baker at any time that day or thereafter, correct?
Well, the way I was working my case, I wasn't prepared to do it until that time.
Okay. But you had plenty of time to arrange for the vehicle they were going to be placed into to have the proper listening or hearing devices, correct?
Yes, we did.
Had they been tested before you arrested them?
We brought the technician out to turn the microphones on so that nothing would hopefully go wrong. And unfortunately, the technician messed up.
And messed up by not turning it on, or it didn't work, or what?
Well, since you asked, I'll explain.
I'm sorry.
So what happened was...
Please.
What happened was we had time. We took the black and white down to our TID technical division because they're the experts on all this stuff, and they're the people that we use to do all of our recordings. So we brought it down there, and we met with the technician and the technician's supervisor. The technician was very new on the job, but the supervisor was also there, and we explained in detail what we wanted, where we wanted the microphones, where we wanted the camera, and went over it thoroughly. There was like no doubt in our minds, and they were like, got it, Roger Dodger, no problem.
Could I interrupt you? How did you know? Had you done this before?
Set up microphones?
Yeah, where and how?
Yeah.
Okay, go on.
I mean, throughout my career, I've done it many times.
Okay.
And we rely on their advice too. Like I may say, I want a microphone here, and they may say, well, actually, it might work better over here. So it's
well, that's why I asked if you had done this before in a police vehicle with suspects in the back seat.
Yes.
And did that not inform you as to where to put the microphones?
Yes, I was just giving an example. It's a collaborative effort, but we put them where we wanted them. But they may say it's better a little to the left or to the right.
Can you you recall what happened on this day?
Yes, I recall what happened. We told them exactly where we wanted them.
Okay.
The technician, new guy, supervisor, new supervisor, but seasoned, a very seasoned technician, got it. So of course, at that point, we rely on them, to get the thumbs up to install them. They install them that evening. The next morning, Curtis picks up the black and white, and we instruct the technician to come out to the scene before we actually go do this traffic stop to actually physically turn on, they're called eagles, to turn them on. Because when you turn them on, there's a little red light, but we didn't want the officers to be responsible for having them turned on or off. Because what they do is they turn them on, and since they're surreptitiously hidden, they turn it on, the red light comes on, then they put a little piece of electrical tape over the red light so that someone doesn't inadvertently see the recorder. Common practice. Again,
You've done it many times.
I'm sorry?
You've done it many times.
Many times. So the new guy, that evening, unbeknownst to us, takes it upon himself to take the eagle apart, disengage the red light, and then put it back together. So then when he went out that day to turn it on, he didn't know what was on and what was off because there's nothing to indicate it's on. So it inadvertently turned off.
How'd you find that out?
Afterwards, when we went down to meet with him.
After you tried to play it back?
There was nothing to play back. So what happens is, after the recording's done, the technician comes out, recovers the recorders, takes them back to the office, and then they download the information. So the next morning when we came in, to go pick up the recordings, they said, we got bad news. Bad news is what I just explained to you. And that's how they explained it to us. And we said, oh, okay, well, that sucks, but what about the other recorder? How'd that one do? And they went, what recorder? What are you talking about? So it was a huge screw-up. It was a huge screw-up. And
but you never did a trial run with before they were put in the vehicle or before the whole arrest went down to see if anything was working. I take it.
No, not that day.
Okay. And you didn't find out till afterwards that you were not able to obtain the results of whatever they were saying?
The next day.
And there was no way to listen in during the time as you were doing with the other conversations to hear what they were saying?
No, the only microphone that was live was the one on the front dashboard with the camera.
All right. So, unfortunately for everyone, no one knows now what was said between them in the whispering that was not picked up. Fair
Only
statement?
Monica and Rob.
Absolutely. Now, after that, your ruse continued, did it not, after they were arrested?
More detail.
Well, they were both placed under arrest for murder, correct?
Correct. That was not a ruse.
That was not a ruse, obviously. And they were still, they were placed apart, correct?
That's normal.
Yes. And as far as Ms. Sementilli was concerned, you or other officers under your direction continued to lie to her about what was going on, correct?
Regarding what?
Well, you told her that Mr. Baker had confessed to everything.
I don't remember saying that.
You remember any of your other officers saying that?
I don't recall that.
You don't?
No. I mean, you can refresh my memory. That's fine. But I
All
just
right.
don't recall
Well,
it.
perhaps after lunch. I'll just take the time we have.
It's been 7 years, so I could miss that, but I don't recall an officer saying that Baker confessed.
Did you prepare a police report of your arrest in this case?
Yes.
Okay, and documenting that some of the tapes did not work accurately, is that right?
I don't know if I put that in there because it's not necessary for an arrest report.
Okay. Did you put in the arrest report what you were able to overhear yourself?
As far as the Perkins, I may or may not have.
I'm talking about, I thought you were listening to contemporaneously to what you could hear.
I was. I may have and I may not. I put enough in the arrest report to satisfy the probable cause.
Okay. Satisfy the grounds for the arrest.
Correct.
And then they were put in a cell, and did you have a plan at that point how to obtain even more evidence, if you could,
Yes.
as to Ms. Sementilli?
Yes.
Up to that point, you had nothing indicating, let me rephrase that, she had never indicated to you verbally or anyone else that she had participated in the murder of her husband. She had not confessed to that.
Verbally, she did not.
Okay. I know you believe other evidence shows that. We'll get to that.
Okay.
But verbally, she had not. Correct?
Correct.
And it was still your goal, if possible, to get her to confess, correct?
I always try to gather evidence as long as possible.
Limited to this case, did you have a plan to attempt to continue to lie to her, or a ruse, in order to hopefully get her to confess?
Yes, there was a plan to continue the ruse while she was in the jail cell.
All right. And can you tell us briefly the first thing that was part of the plan?
I'm sorry?
Tell us what the plan was.
The plan's a very standard plan.
Just tell us in this case.
Okay. In this case, same as every other case. What we did is we, in this particular case, had a LASD sheriff, female, work in an undercover capacity, and she worked at our direction to sit in the cell and have a conversation with Monica. We gave her a general outline of the case so she would be aware of where the conversation was going, and so she could pick up on cues that we were looking for.
You told her what you wanted her to obtain, if you could.
We just wanted her to talk about the case.
Well, did you tell her that you believed Miss Sementilli was having an affair with Mr. Baker?
Oh yeah, we told her that. That's the details of the case.
Okay.
We didn't tell her what to ask. We just gave her the details of the case.
Was she someone who had performed in this role before, if you know?
Oh yeah, she was very experienced.
as posing as a suspect in a cell in order to hopefully get a real suspect to talk.
She did it all the time.
Okay. Very experienced.
Very experienced at it, yes.
Were you listening to their conversation?
Yes.
All right. So at times you were able to interrupt it or in some way speak to her about maybe you should try this, maybe you should try that, this is not working, anything like that?
No.
Did you talk to her at all during the entire period that she was in the cell with Monica Sementilli?
I don't believe I did. There is a possibility I could have, but my recollection is not at all.
But there were times while she was in the cell with Miss Sementilli that it was interrupted by an officer coming to the cell, correct?
At my direction, yes.
And at your direction for what reason?
To stimulate conversation and to also get the passcode. So it was a combination of getting the passcode, but also mostly to stimulate conversation, to give the UC a reason to talk about something rather than bringing something out of the blue that she would never know.
Okay. And did you inform Miss Sementilli that Mr. Baker had in fact confessed to the murder and everything involving the murder, had confessed to her being involved, and you just wanted her to clear it up?
So,
Oh, yes, I did. No, the answer is no. I don't recall doing that, saying those words, or words to that effect. I don't remember saying that. So, no, I don't recall it. Like I said, you can refresh my memory, and if it happened, it happened.
Do you recall instructing, you had a partner with you that day or not?
I did, but he was, I was, yes. Short answer is yes. Long answer is, for that day, I partnered up with Detective Parshell. He was listening with me. And my partner, Barry Tellis, was handling Baker's Perkins operation. They were happening at the same time.
Okay, so there were two Perkins operations going on.
Correct.
Okay, let's limit this to Miss Sementilli's.
Okay.
Was there any instruction on your part to have someone, some officer, Parshell or someone else, go to the cell and inform Miss Sementilli that Mr. Baker had confessed, they knew everything about what happened, and they just needed her to clear it up?
I remember Parshell going, by listening yesterday, Parshell went up and said that there was no doubt it was you. I'm sorry, there was no doubt it was Baker. But I don't remember the word saying that he confessed. He may have, but I don't remember it.
He may have said that.
He may have, but I don't recall. I don't remember hearing it yesterday.
Okay. And again, all this is designed as part of the ruse to get Miss Sementilli to confess if you can.
It's to gather information.
Okay. So how long was Miss Sementilli in the cell with this, you said trained deputies?
I didn't say trained. I said experienced.
And when you say experienced, does that mean that she had acted as a Perkins officer in the past?
Yes.
You know how many times?
No. Numerous. She was
very
numerous
successfully
times.
too, I might add, right?
I don't know.
Okay.
That I don't know.
Well, you used her again because you thought she was effective, correct?
I used her again?
Well, did you use her in the past?
No.
How'd you know she was experienced and had done this before?
Okay. So my partner is very good friends with LSD Homicide and all the people there. So he, through his contacts in LSD Homicide, heard that they use her often and that she was very good. So through my partner's contacts, we reached out to her, and she looked physically good for the part, and we heard her experience was good, so we used her.
And what was the part that she looked good for?
Cellmate.
Okay. Pretending to be someone else who had been arrested on some other crime.
Yes.
And when you said she was good, does that mean that she had secured confessions in the past?
I don't know the
Sustained.
All right. So you heard yesterday, I believe, we played the Perkins tape recording.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And I take it, unlike with the car, it accurately picked up everything that was said, as far as you know, between the Perkins officer and Miss Sementilli, correct?
It sounded like it did, yes.
Okay. And at the end, Miss Sementilli indicates that she had an affair with Mr. Baker, correct?
Yes, she said words to the effect that he was, her everything and confidant and all this.
And talked about cheating on her husband, but that he's still a wonderful man and amazing, she loved him and so forth.
I
correct?
remember that.
But at no time during that entire, how long was it? A few hours?
I'd guess 2 hours or so, somewhere in there.
Did she ever indicate that she had participated in the murder of Fabio Sementilli? Did she ever say that?
No.
Is this a good time to break, Your Honor?
Very good. We'll be in recess until 1:30. The admission applies. Have a good lunch. I'll see you at 1:30.
All right, so that is lunch. We caught up. We did. We weren't that far behind, so we caught up. All right, so they're going to come back at 1:30 their time, which would be 4:30 our time, meaning East Coast. So we have an hour, basically an hour break right now, you guys. So day 15 started with a female accountant. I didn't catch her name because we weren't able to rewind enough. But they were just talking about money being transferred from Baker's account into Austin's account. And Austin was in Alaska. And then there was a airline ticket from Alaska to LA. So that's obviously when Austin came in to help Baker do this deed. Then Chris Gable, retired detective, took the stand again. He's been on, this is his third day. He was on day 13, day 14, and then day 15. So he's been on 3 days. They keep calling him, I guess they keep calling him out of order. So I don't know what's going on with that. Anyway, so they replayed that audio. So the first time we heard that, we saw the video. That was only 15 minutes. This time they played the entire thing, which was 43 minutes. So I think ultimately they were trying to show that Monica was being mistreated, and she's hyperventilating and she's making all kinds of noises and sounds. And it sounds like they were just trying to show law enforcement, was mistreating her, was treating her poorly. I guess. I think that's where he's going to go with it. I don't know. We'll see. So, all right. So with that, we're going to take a break here too. So we will see you guys back in an hour. Let's see. Oh, I have to. Okay, yeah. We're going to take a break. I'm going to play some music. We have some music we can play. All right, we got some cool music for you guys to listen to. And we will see you guys in about an hour. Well, hello everybody. How's everybody doing? Coming back from lunch. Capri Law, you're watching. Oh, wait a minute. Not sure why. Okay. So thank you guys for joining us, sticking around. We are at lunch, as you can see, as Ken has let us all know. Court is at lunch. Yeah. That was a flash, quick flash. All right, so we have a surprise for you guys for later. Yeah, so we have a surprise lined up for you guys later. We're going to have a call-in from Hey Mona. We've just been texting, and we're going to have she's going to call us in. She's going to call in, I should say, once our feed is over with. We're going to have our court reporter, boots on the ground. Hey Mona is at the trial, was at the trial for the morning session. So she's going to call in after the court ends today. So that'll be fun. She's got some things to report on. So we're looking forward to talking to her. So definitely want to stick around for that. And then after this stream, we're going to do, there was a press conference for Luigi, and there's a press conference for the Menendez brothers. So we're going to cover that too. So, hey, Todd, how are you? Yep, I know, Todd. We're going to cover that. we're going to cover that. So yep, so after court ends, we're going to talk to Hey Mona. She was at the courthouse today, so looking forward to hearing from her. And then there was a Luigi press conference, and there's a Menendez Brothers press conference right now too. So we'll cover both of those once we finish here. Thank you, Ola. Yeah, Todd. We don't want to send people away from the stream, so appreciate you telling us, but let's keep people here. No need to send people away if you know what I mean. So lots happening today. Mona was in the court, and she's got some good things to report on. So looking forward to hearing from her. So court should be coming back any moment. He said they'd be coming back at 1:30 their time, which would be 4:30 our time on the East Coast, 1:30 on the West Coast, and everybody in between. It's going to be either 2:30 or 3:30 your time. So when we left off, Chris Gables, he was the detective. They were going over the audio, the full audio. So the video that we saw yesterday of Baker and Monica in the backseat of the patrol car, that was just like 15 minutes, I think. And then now they're playing they did play the entire 43 minutes, and it was just audio. And she's hyperventilating. She doesn't, she's distressed. She's saying, help me, help me, help me. And then we heard a little bit about why they didn't why they didn't have a better recording, because I guess the audio technician messed up. He took it upon himself to look at this device and take it apart, and then he never told them and he put it back together or whatever. I don't know, something like that. Who's having lunch? We had lunch. Probably take this off. Take that off for now. Move me back here. Yeah, so for those that are just joining us, Hey Mona is going to call in after court is over here. And she's got some good things to report for us. Looking forward to hearing from her. Shirley Roth is 4:30 there. Yep, 4:30 here as well. Dinner time. Who eats dinner at 4:30? Are you eating dinner at 4:30? Soon you turn your clocks. Yep, spring forward. That's coming up, right? Isn't that usually March? It's got to be March or something. When do we turn our clocks forward? I hate that. I wish we would just stay on time. What is it? March 9th. March 9th. Daylight savings time. So March 9th. Coming up. Another couple weeks. I never was a fan of falling back or springing forward. I just never liked that. I wish we would just stick. Oh, is Mona with us? Did she join? Are you there, Mona? Let me see. I don't see you, Mona. Why don't I see you? Let me say hello to you. Oh, there you are. Nope, you're not coming up. All right, Mona's not in the chat yet. Oh, squeeze. Shirley Roth, cat's dinner time all the time. Yeah, during my break, I fed one of them. I fed Rafa. He came in. 9:30 for you, Irish Amy. So you're 5 hours. So when we spring forward, wow, you're only going to be 4 hours ahead of us. Interesting. Oh, Hellcat, I was just saying that because Ken said court is at lunch on repeat. Yes. Lunch was repeating on Ken, somebody said. Julie, I hope no one ate anything heavy. It's hard to stay awake on a full stomach, and OMG testimony and defense. I know, right? Yeah, Shirley. Yeah, you just said hi to her. Yeah, I thought she may be driving home. I'm not sure. We were texting just a little bit ago. 2:30 in Arizona, 1:30 in California, 4:30 in Florida. You're 5 hours ahead of Shirley. Yep, Shirley and we are the same time zone. We're East Coast time zone. So if we spring forward, then you're only going to be 4 hours. There's only going to be a 4 hour difference. Interesting. All right. That's not too bad then. So when we go to like 7, 8 o'clock, that's only like 11 o'clock midnight for you. That's not too bad. 9:30 in Ireland? Yes. It is Friday, Julie. It is Friday. 3:30 in Louisiana. Yep. Central time zone for you. Oh, you spring forward too? Okay. I thought it was just us. I didn't realize other parts of the world did as well. Okay, so you're always going to be 5 hours, right? There's always going to be a 5 hour difference between us and you. Ola and Irish Amy. Dublin. Oh, Aaron and I were watching it. We were watching the sisters. What was that, Aaron? Let me ask her. Hola. Yeah, only a couple of days, weeks difference. We spring on a different date, but near enough. Gotcha. Bad Sisters. Yes. Are you guys familiar with Bad Sisters? It was on Apple TV. There were 2 seasons, and we just watched that. Ola and Irish Amy, are you guys familiar with Bad Sisters? Thought that was pretty good. You haven't heard of it? It's really good. If it's on Apple TV or Apple Plus or whatever, it's called Bad Sisters. There's 2 seasons. Bad Sisters. Yeah. It's pretty decent. 2 seasons. Sharon Horgan, Fiona Shaw, Eve Houston, I should say. Eva Berthistle. I don't know if you guys know any of them. Daryl McCormick. It's pretty good. Irish black comedy TV series developed by Sharon and Dave and Brett. Set in Dublin and filmed on location in Ireland. It's pretty good. The Garvey sisters. The Garvey sisters are bound together by premature death of their parents and the promise they made to protect one another. It's pretty decent if you guys check it out. It's on Apple TV. Bad Sisters. So I don't know if you know any of the actresses. Sharon Horgan, we've seen her around. And Fiona Shaw, she's been around forever, right? She's been in a bunch of stuff. Yeah, Sharon's pretty funny. Sharon Horgan, Fiona Shaw, like I said, she's been around. I recognize both of those 2. The others I didn't, though. Eve Houston and Eva Berthistle. Don't know her. Daryl McCormick, don't know him. Kai's Bang, don't know him. Sarah Green, she's in it. Anyway, Bad Sisters, set in Ireland. 2 seasons. Pretty funny, pretty good. Irish black comedy. And yes, we are having some issues with our internet. Go figure. We were good all day. And now it's acting up. So live court should be coming back soon. Let me just check. We are on day 15 of Monica Sementilli. Fiona Shaw was the mean Dursley, yes, in Harry Potter movies. Yep, that is true. Yeah, she's pretty funny. I like her. So if you know those few that I just mentioned, then you'll like the series. It's really well written, obviously well cast, well acted, well directed. Set in Ireland. I mean, it's beautiful, beautiful scenery, cinematography. It's a black, dark humor. If you like that kind of stuff, we recommend it. I'm not quite sure why I'm talking about that, but it's somehow we got on that topic. Oh, Irish Amy, you are in England? Yeah. An Irish gal in England. Oh, Dwayne, you're at dinner, back at home. I will have your... All right. Cheers to you, Dwayne. Check it out if you get it. Yeah, it's on Apple TV. I don't know if you can get it anywhere else. You guys, maybe you get it from another source where you guys are. So check it out. Tell me what you think. Hola. I'm in Ireland, but childhood was in Bristol. Mum is English. Very nice. Frozen. Yeah, we're having problems. Just refresh. Or are you talking about the movie Frozen? LEB, I think they're only going until 4 today. Kelly time? Oh, that'd be cool. We're going to have a call in for those that are popping back in. Hey, Mona was there, so she's going to call in after court ends today. Brett says Fiona Shaw was also the woman from the school in Three Men and a Little Lady, a villain in Undercover Blues. Lots of great roles. Yeah, she's a great actress. I like her a lot. Julie's great grandparents were from County Monaghan. So yes, Hey Mona's going to call in after trial ends for today, and then after that we're going to pick up. There was a press conference for Luigi and also a press conference for the Menendez brothers. So we'll transport you guys over to that, but we'll have Hey Mona. She's going to call in after court ends today. So you think they're going to end early? Is that the scuttle of the butt? Oh, Irish Amy, you didn't even get the Irish accent? Oh. Butterfly Dana, are you okay? I hope you're okay. You're going to have the talk? The kids are coming over to give you the talk? Have a talk with you? Let's see, just shows to go. Yeah, there's a Irish series, 2 seasons set in Ireland called Bad Sisters, and there's some good actresses in there. That's what we were talking about. It's on Apple. We watched it on Apple TV. So if you like dark humor, really good acting, great casting, really good direction, writing, everything is pretty cool. And if you like anything about Ireland, it's great cinematography. So just shows to go. It's called Bad Sisters. And yes, our internet is acting up, so just hang in there. Just hang in there, and hopefully we'll come out of this at some point soon. Yep. All right, so yep, if you guys get, if things get frozen or if you get kicked out, just come back. We're having some problems with our internet right now. Oh, Will Johnson, you're gonna have to watch on replay. You leave 4:30. I hear you. That's coming up. Irish Amy, not going anywhere unless mine goes down in the rain we're having. Wow, your village has the worst internet in the rain. Yeah, that stinks. That sounds like it's like a satellite, like a dish. You know, we have DirecTV, which is a satellite-based, dish. So yes, when it rains really hard, sometimes the connection can get a little wonky. All right, Willow, have a good weekend. Don't work too hard. We will see you. Thank you, as always, for joining us. Have a very nice weekend. Irish Amy, yes, we see what you did there. With the hoovering, nothing to do with the fall. I wonder what's taking them so long to come back to court. Still not back. They're still not back from their lunch break. So for those that are just joining us, we are going to have Hey Mona is going to come on after trial ends today. And then we're going to cover Luigi had a press conference as well as the Menendez brothers. So we're going to stream that afterwards. And no, there is no delay. That's right. They're not on a delay. It just shows to go ya. They're just slow in coming back. And yes, we are having some internet issues. So if you get kicked out, just come back in. Irish Amy, Butterfly Dana. Oh, definitely lawnmowers are like hoovers on steroids. Can't deal with them. Ken is tasking therapist to do something. Yeah, Ken, I think, don't you write everything down? Haven't you told us that before? Julie, you think, I don't think this is a 30-minute delay. I don't think so, are they? I don't remember them saying that this was a 30-minute delay. Yeah, therapist, yes. Ken, we know you like to write everything down. Capri Law, yes, here we are. And we're going to have Hey Mona on after the court ends for today. She was there today, so we're going to hear her thoughts on what she saw, what we saw. She's got some good things to tell us. So I'm looking forward to hearing from Hey Mona. No, I don't think these guys are. Julie, I don't think so. Hughes for sure was on the delay. Yeah, we are not here. I'm pretty sure they are not delayed. Yep, still nothing. Therapist, wouldn't it be funny if she just called in and just snored on the phone? Yeah. Oh, Butterfly Dana. Daddy Eagle just brought Mommy Eagle a fish she's setting on their 2 eggs. Oh, that's cool. Irish Amy, excited about the Menendez press conference. I think that's the first trial I watched on YouTube a couple of years ago. That was more than a couple of years ago. That was like in the 90s. Right? Was YouTube... Wait, are you sure about that, Irish Amy? They had two... They had 2 trials, but they had 2 trials that I remember. But those were like in the 90s. It was right before OJ, or right? Yeah, the first one was before, and the second one was after. I think, right? Wasn't that how it worked? It happened in '89. So the first trial was 93 to 94, and then the second trial was 95 to 96. Oh, yes, Irish Amy. Did anyone else see the recent documentary? Yes, we did. Aaron and I watched that. Yeah, I had no idea because I wasn't really watching. I was not watching trials at that point. So after, we watched that documentary, Irish Amy, and yeah, holy smokes. I really had no idea what the backstory was. Wow. Let's see, Irish Amy, yes, no, it was a couple of years ago, but not live. Oh, okay, you rewatch it when someone uploaded it here. I see, I gotcha. Yes, Therapist, I see that. You rewatched it. Gotcha. So that was the first one. I'm thinking, I think Jodi Arias, let's see, that's the first one I can remember watching on YouTube with Aaron, was Jodi Arias. Trying to think what else. Who else was before Jodi Arias? When was she again? When was Jodi Arias? So that was 2008. So that's kind of the first one I can remember watching on YouTube. Irish Amy, same. I didn't see it when the trial happened, but someone uploaded it all recently. I gotcha. I see. Butterfly Dana, you're out. Well, maybe our Comcast has sorted itself out. I'm seeing some green bars now. So maybe we're okay. Oh, Peterson just shows to go you. That was your first? Yeah, when was Scott? When was he? When was that trial? When was Mr. Peterson? 2004. Gotcha. Lazy Petersons, yeah. Lazy or Lacy? Yep. So YouTube's inception was February 14th, 2005. Oh, Jody was on TV. It wasn't YouTube. Okay, sorry, Aaron corrected me. So we did not watch Jody. that was on Court TV. So YouTube came on board in 2005. So did I watch Scott Peterson? That was in 2004. I don't think so. No, I don't know. There was no, I don't think so. OJ was your first. Peterson was before Jody. Yeah, Peterson was 2004. Jody was 2008, like we just found out. OJ was what, 93 or 4? Menendez were 93, 94, 95, 96. And I think OJ was he was right in between those two. Irish Amy actually last year. I only worked out I could watch trials live on YouTube this year. Told you all I studied history for a reason. It's funny. Well, at this rate, they're, 5 o'clock our time. It's 2 o'clock their time. They're only going to have like an hour or 2 hours of testimony. Capri Law says, I almost said the same thing, Baca, but I was super young with OJ, still super invested. OJ was 95. Sounds about right, because the Menendez brothers bookend OJ. So the first trial with Menendez, it was a hung jury, right? And then OJ came on, and he got what he got, whatever. And then it was another high-profile case, and the judge was like, I think he totally ramrodded them, and he totally cooked the books, if you will. And then they got the conviction that they wanted for a high-profile case. So yeah, therapist, I think that sounds about right. It was 95. Or 94 into 95, somewhere right in there. So I'm trying to think, what the heck then was our first video that we watched exclusively on YouTube? It can't be Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. It had to be something before that, because I mean, it was, it was Court TV or, yeah, we watched a lot of Court TV, I guess, in the mid 2000s before YouTube really came on. Let's see. Don't remember exactly what happened in OJ. If the glove don't fit, you must acquit. That basically sums it up. There was a Kennedy trial in 91, and I was unwell, so I watched the whole thing on Sky News. I think it was the first one broadcast in full on TV for us. So Johnny Depp, Aaron thinks, it was Johnny Depp for us. So we were watching on Law and Crime, and then, of course, Emily. Then we found Emily. All right, so then Johnny Depp, I guess. They were mad because they kept showing commercials, yeah. All right, so we were watching Law and Crime and Court TV and whatnot, and then Aaron says, yeah, she got mad, they were showing commercials, so we went over to YouTube, and the rest is history. Shirley Roth, you watch OJ, Menendez, Arias, all on TV. Yeah, I think I'm there with you. Oh, therapist, you're being 100% sarcastic. I don't know. You got to give me a high sign. No, because then that defeats the purpose of being sarcastic. Yes, Comcast. Shakes fist at Comcast. Comcast. Nanar, I don't remember their names. Both were young men defendants. Is it the Menendez brothers? Are you You talking about that? Nana, I started watching trials in 1990 because my aunt recommended. I saw the first two on local New York channel. It could have been the Menendez brothers because they were 93, 94, and then 95, 96. Kerrville, you used the clown. I'm not quite sure what that means, Kerrville. What do you mean you used the clown? What clown are you referring to? Something's going on. I don't know what. I don't know why they're so delayed. Yeah, Shirley Roth, Depp and Heard, they were everywhere. That kind of just exploded. Everybody and anybody that came out of that, for sure. Oh, for sarcasm, I gotcha. I want to think that that's going to defeat the point, though. So I don't want. Now that I rethink that, I don't want to be given a high sign. I have to be sharp enough to understand Therapist You Know's brilliant mind. Irish Amy, you hate clowns? Hellcat, aren't they always late? I don't think so. We've been live like almost. We've only done like maybe one or two rewatches. So I'm pretty sure that when he says come back, they come back on time. I don't remember them being this late. This is really late. I thought he's usually pretty good. Yep, 3:02 makes him 30 minutes late so far. I don't remember them being this late before. He's usually pretty spot on. Therapist You Know, Pshaw you. Ken Rosenberg, Christopher Dunch in 2017 might be the first trial I actually watched through. And is that on YouTube? Ken, is that on YouTube? The YouTubies? Yeah, we would watch all of our trials on Law and Crime or Court TV, Headline News, whatever, wherever we could get it. It wasn't until Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. That's when we really just started exclusively watching YouTube. And of course, everybody, we found everybody. Emily and Runkle and Rob. Everybody just exploded from there. Excuse me. And now that's all we do is watch YouTube. It's really funny how that has changed in a couple years. So when they do decide to come back, Hey Mona is going to join us afterwards. She was in the courtroom today. Oh, Nanar, the ones I watched were the young Long Island guys. Long Island, no one famous. Well, now you have me curious. Long Island, when was this? Certainly not Rex Hewerman. Which one are you talking about, Nanar? What year? Oh, it wasn't famous. Okay. Oh, there's Hey Mona. Yay, Hey Mona. Hey Mona is with us. She will be joining us later for a call-in once trial is over for today. Hey Mona was our boots on the ground. She went to the court today. So she's going to call in afterwards. When and if this afternoon gets in, hopefully. Oh! Wow, that was a huge. Somebody just kicked that camera big time. Here it'll be coming up. I'm a few seconds ahead of you guys. Watch the seal. Somebody kicked the camera. Yeah, that was a big quake, right? Let's see. Are they having an earthquake out there in LA? Is there an earthquake happening out there? That camera's really getting kicked around. Oh, Shirley Roth, I remember that. It was on the compound, wasn't it? Wasn't that on the Kennedy compound or something? I remember that. No, Ted Kennedy, that was Chappaquidda, whatever it was, Chappaqua. That's when he was driving and the car went into the...
Here on the record, Mr. Sementilli, the defendant is present, all counsel present, jury and alternates are present. Good afternoon. Detective Gable is under oath. The defense may continue.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective Gable.
Good afternoon, sir.
I did want to clear up a couple of things. The recording of the two defendants, or Ms. Sementilli and later defendant, now someone who's pled, Robert Baker, were in the car, and we heard what we could hear in the recording that did come through, and the jury had a transcript of that recording. Remember that? And you followed through with it?
I'm sorry.
You followed along with the playing of the tape yesterday, and then we played a longer portion today. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Referring to page 3 of the transcript that was played actually both days, do you recall Mr. Baker saying, yeah, it's fucking insane, and then Ms. Sementilli saying, someone is doing this to me, to us. You remember that?
I recall that, yes.
Okay. Then a few lines later, maybe 10 lines later, do you recall Ms. Sementilli saying, somebody did this, and then somebody talked? You remember that?
Yes. It was words like somebody did this, somebody talked. I remember hearing that, yes.
And what I wanted to clear up is, in the portion that was played yesterday, with the prosecution played it, the transcript said somebody did this, somebody talked. The portion that was played today, which was the longer portion, but included that, said somebody did this, somebody, and then undecipherable.
I remember seeing that when I was
Okay.
listening, yes.
Now, having listened to that, again, the defense, and you're being familiar with it, it's clear that it was somebody did this, somebody talked.
Yes.
Okay, right. But you do not know, obviously, whether what she was referring to could very well have been somebody talked about the affair, somebody exposed it, right? You don't know if she
Well, in
meant
the
that.
context of what's going on, I would say no.
Okay, well, I understand your context.
Since you're asking my opinion, yeah.
No, I'm just asking. You don't know for sure what she meant. You have your own opinion.
I have an opinion based on the context of what was going on.
Of course. And the final opinion will not be ours, but the jury's.
Sure, exactly.
But you don't know if she was talking about somebody told about our affair. You don't know that. Correct? One way or the other.
My opinion stands that I
Okay.
believe it was, yes.
Fair enough. Just wanted to be fair about what was actually on
Certainly.
the tape recording. Okay.
Yes.
Let me return to one other thing that we talked about today, which also involved a tape recording, and that has to do with the Perkins individual who was in the cell with Monica Sementilli. You remember that, correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And I indicated to you that it appeared that somebody had indicated to Ms. Sementilli that Mr. Baker had confessed. Remember that?
Correct.
Let me refer to and you didn't recall an officer actually saying that to Ms. Sementilli, and then we followed that up with she never confessed to being part of the murder at all. Remember that sequence we were talking about?
I remember talking about it.
Okay. In looking at the Perkins transcript, the D on it is detective, right?
I believe so.
Partial and or Gable, it says on the...
Okay.
Right. Do you know whether it was you or Detective Partial who said to Ms. Sementilli, and I just want you, this is on page 33 for the benefit of the prosecution and or the court, and I just want you to...
I'm sorry, for exhibit number, are you talking?
It's exhibit 181.
Thank you.
Uh, 33. It starts out with detective, maybe you can remember if it was you or Detective
Sure.
Partial, saying, listen to me, Monica, you and Rob were arrested today, and I want you to understand, she says, this is, and then you interrupt, listen to me. There's a third person that's involved in this, and that person's not here. That person wasn't arrested, and there's a reason for that. She says, why? You say, okay, well, think about that. I'll be back. I'm going to get my partner. She says, why? Who's the third person? Oh, my God. There was all his blood in there. This can't be. Oh, my God, this can't be. And then the Perkins undercover woman says, so I guess he is your boyfriend, huh? And then she says, we do things together, but I don't have a boyfriend. That was intended to imply to her that someone had already talked and somebody had confessed and incriminated her. Isn't that right?
Well, she could take it whatever way she wants. Yeah.
But this was intentionally said by you.
It was implied. If you, yes,
Right.
it was.
Someone had talked, and this is your chance to tell us what really happened in your mind, correct?
Correct.
And at no time then after that did she say or confess to saying she was part of the murder or the planning or anything like that. She never said that, right?
No.
Okay. Let me go back, if I could. Well, let me ask you this. During the course of the investigation, did you ever recover the murder weapon?
No.
And what efforts did you make to try to locate? By murder weapon, we're talking about the knife or knives that was used in the stabbing death and murder of Fabio Sementilli?
Correct.
And what efforts did you make to try to find that knife?
Every search warrant that we conducted, one of the or two, whatever. Knives were part of the search of any potential knives that could have been used as a weapon.
I'm sorry, go on.
All the search warrants we conducted on physical locations. Part of the order was or directive was to search for any knives, sharp-edged objects that could have been used as the weapon.
And you were unable to find that, correct?
Correct.
Did you attend the autopsy of Fabio Sementilli?
No, that was Valley Bureau homicide.
Okay. And have you read the autopsy report?
7 years ago, yes.
Okay. And it does describe the type of weapon or knife that was used according to the coroner based on his examination of the wounds and so forth, correct?
I don't recall that part. I just remember fairly good the amount of wounds, but I don't remember the possible description of the knife.
Okay. But the point is you never, and as far as you know, none of the officers or detectives actually located a weapon that matched anything that was in the coroner's report.
No.
That's why you said the murder weapon has never been recovered to this day, as far as you know.
To this day, as far as I know, yes.
All right. Let me then turn to one of the things I believe you testified to yesterday. And I'm referring to your testimony about, well, first of all, how many times did you yourself ask Monica Sementilli to describe or to tell you the route she took, as best she could recall, to Ralph's and Target to Ralph's home? How many times did you ask her to recall that or restate that to you?
3 times.
Was that all in the same interview?
Yes, it's the only time I interviewed her regarding this.
And you're aware that prior to your coming in on the case, there had been other interviews that predated yours, correct?
Other interviews, but I don't know the specifics of the interview.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you.
Yes.
When you came in on the case, it was, 6 weeks or so, or how many weeks after the actual murder?
January 23rd, February 18th. Yes, 5 weeks.
Okay.
Just about, yeah.
And you knew there had been previous, obviously, an investigation that predated yours, correct?
Correct.
And who was in charge of that? Detective Parshall and Verna, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And you're aware that Monica Sementilli was questioned, the evening of the murder or the next day? What was your recall?
Yes, it was, could have been the evening. I think it was that evening. Could have been the next day. But
and
yes.
that interview was tape recorded?
I believe so.
And transcribed?
Yes. I don't know if it was transcribed. I remember reading their notes about the interview, but I don't remember if it was transcribed.
Did you? I'm sorry.
I don't think I've ever seen the transcribed version of it.
Well, did you ever listen to the video of the interview of the person who later became one of your prime suspects?
I read their statement on it, and I was briefed on it by Parshall and Verna.
Okay, and did they tell you that they had requested that Ms. Sementilli describe to them the route she had taken the day before, or that day?
I don't recall.
All right.
They probably did, but I don't recall. If they did, I don't remember what the route was.
Okay, and do you know between that date, which was January 23rd, 2017, or the 24th, and the time that you interviewed her, which was in May, is that right?
May, yes.
May 17th?
Something 18th or 17th, yeah.
Had she been asked any times in between, to your knowledge, to recreate the path that she had taken from her home to the gym, or the home to the Target to Ralph's back home? Did you?
Not to my knowledge.
But you didn't review any of the interviews of her prior to, other than yours, isn't that correct?
No, I told you I reviewed their interviews when we first got the case, and I spoke to them.
And what was her
description of the route she had taken to Target and Ralph's and back home?
I don't recall, but if you have something to show me, it can refresh my memory.
No, I'm just asking you if you knew what her...
I probably knew at the time, but it's been 7 years. I don't remember.
All right. So now, flash forward, we're talking about May, which is 4 months later after the incident.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
That sounds right, yes.
Okay. And you once again asked her to recreate the path that she had taken from her home to Target to Ralph's and back home. Is that correct?
Well, not once again. It was the first time I ever asked her.
First time you had?
Yes.
And she did that, correct?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And what did she describe to you? Do you recall that?
She did a lot of descriptions, but you'd have to narrow it down.
Well, did she tell you the route she took from home to the Target?
Yes.
All right. And what was that?
You have to pull the map up and I'll tell you.
Okay, you don't recall that?
In general, if general's fine, I'll tell you.
All right. And then
She drove out of her neighborhood to Ventura Boulevard, hooked a left, went down to Target and turned into Target, stayed driving to the right, and then parked in front of the store.
Okay. And then at some point she went into the Target, correct?
At some point she did.
And then she left, correct?
She did.
Now, where did she tell you she parked in the Target parking lot when she entered?
She told me the area she parked, which was near the front of the store, center parking lot.
Okay. And you had seen a video, or you had access to a video of the parking lot from Target, correct?
Correct.
The one thing you did not have was the video from Payless, which would have shown you the view right in front of Payless store, correct?
Well, Payless, it turns out, didn't have an exterior camera, so that would have never occurred.
Oh, and I'm sorry.
But the other camera, which is adjacent to Payless, yes, that camera would have showed us who got in our car, correct?
Okay. And by the time you got on the case, that video had been destroyed or taped over.
Auto-deleted, yes.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know why, since the murder was discovered the actual day that it occurred, why no one in your department or LAPD had gone out and gotten the video from whatever stores were in the neighborhood to see exactly what happened in that lot?
Well, they did. They went out and they got that parking lot video of the Target.
But they didn't go to the stores around it and get the one you're talking about?
No, because at the time she just said she went to Target and did shopping. So typically, that parking lot video would have been perfectly fine to corroborate her statement.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then why did you have her recreate that 4 months later?
Because I wanted to see if she was going to offer me information as to who got in her car that day.
Okay. So let's turn to that.
Okay.
It's your testimony that from looking at the Target parking lot video, that you could tell that somebody had walked by and got in her car.
You can see someone walk around from the Payless. You can see the image cross the front bumper. You can see the door opened and close and then drive away, and then that pedestrian's gone. So that part you have to assume they got in the car.
Okay, and in fact, in your testimony a couple of days later, I believe you said you can actually see it, sometimes even better at normal view. It's not super easy, but you can tell someone got in the car, and that's all you can tell. And that's what we wanted to get the video to see, what was going on there. Remember testifying to that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that was from the Target, your view of the Target parking lot video, correct?
Correct.
Now, you also testified that you had prepared a Ramey warrant. I believe the date is on June the 12th of 2017, in order to get a warrant to arrest both Mr. Baker and Ms. Sementilli, correct?
Yes.
And you were the affiant on that Ramey warrant, correct?
That is correct.
That means that you prepared it,
Yes.
and you swore under penalty of perjury that it was true.
Yes.
What you put in there,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall in that Ramey warrant describing 1530 hours, which would be 3:30 in the afternoon? Is that right?
Yes.
Monica's F-150 stopped on the main parking lot for approximately 15 seconds. Is that correct?
Stopped in the main parking lot?
Main parking lot road for approximately 15 seconds.
Correct.
It was difficult to see clearly due to the far distance from target surveillance camera. However, during Monica's 15-second stop, detectives could see a pedestrian walk from the exterior front of the Payless shoe store toward Monica's F-130. Remember saying that in your Ramey warrant?
I don't remember. You're reading it, so yes, that makes sense.
Would it refresh your memory if I showed it to you? Okay. This is on page 23 of 33 of the Ramey warrant issued in June of 2017.
The highlighted portion?
And I highlighted. If you could just read it to yourself and
Sure.
let me know when you're done.
Yes.
And does that refresh your memory as to what you wrote in the Ramey warrant?
Yes.
Okay. And did you indicate in that a pedestrian appeared to walk around the front of her 150, then Monica drove off? After that point, that detectives could not locate the pedestrian.
Yes.
And was that true?
Yes, that's true.
So is it fair to say that you could not tell or see if a pedestrian had in fact gotten into the car in any way? All you could tell that someone walked around the car and then you could not locate him?
Well, you can see the door open, and it appears you can see it close. So the logical conclusion is they got into it. So that was my conclusion.
So in other words, in the Ramey warrant, you wrote in what your logical conclusion was, as opposed to, under penalty of perjury, what the facts were.
No, that was my belief what happened, and that's ultimately my conclusion was that the person got in the car.
Why didn't you say that in your Ramey warrant?
I did say that. It's just the way I wrote it that day.
I see. So again, you wrote a pedestrian appeared to walk around the front of her 150.
Right.
Then Monica drove off. After that point, detectives could not locate the pedestrian.
Okay, so I left out the door.
You left out the door.
So there's less detail.
And you don't say in here anything about your conclusion or it appeared or anything.
Well, then I didn't conclude it, but that's what I saw, was what I wrote. The only part I left out was I saw the door open.
The only
So
part
there's less information, not more.
The only part you left out is the part that led you to believe you say that someone got in.
Yeah, because he wasn't there anymore.
Truth is, you never saw that door open on the video, did you?
I did see the door open. We can play it.
Sorry, sir.
Thank you.
Anything further?
Just a few comments. And this is just following up on some questions that you were asked. Defense counsel were asking you about the defendant and Rob Baker, if they ever, and getting one to flip on another one or something of that nature, right?
I'm sorry.
The defense asked you questions about when you arrested Monica Sementilli and Rob Baker, like the goal could be where you get one of them to flip or turn or implicate the other one, right?
He mentioned that, yes.
Right.
Yes.
He mentioned that to you.
Yes, he did.
That could be something that could happen.
Correct.
Now, did that ever happen? Did either one of them ever give up the other person's involvement?
No.
And then just to clarify, when you first came on the case, I know defense was asking you that the defendant was a suspect, that's why she was being followed and things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
Now, you gathered more evidence as you went along, which, as you testify, was part of the delay in arrest on anybody, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, at some point, did you request, prior to her arrest, did you request the defendant's Microsoft records or her emails, things of that nature, in order to gain more intel on the defendant?
Yes.
What did you do?
I wrote a search warrant for her Microsoft, IG accounts, Google, and I think a few others.
When you say IG, is that Instagram?
Instagram.
Now, the Microsoft, what does that give you? What did you receive in return?
That's her email. I'm sorry, email account, the Calmati Mo.
As you're requesting these through warrants, did you ever notify the defendant that you're subpoenaing her records for her emails and her Instagram and her Facebook?
No.
Around what time frame was that when you requested that?
April 2017, I believe.
Now, did you get records back in a timely fashion before her arrest?
Before her arrest, it was circa. So it was either just before or just after, somewhere in there, I think.
And what I'm getting at is, were you able to see her emails before she was arrested?
That's Dave, Your Honor, which email?
So, bro.
I believe the warrants came in just after the arrest, so no.
Okay. As far as knowing that she had a surveillance system at her home, how did you discover that?
Well, from the cameras, and the fact that the DVR somehow was found and stolen from the house, and the way she was looking at the screen, leaving the store, and streaming in very high amounts of data consistent with a surveillance video.
Okay, and so when you were able to actually get into the email, was it you that found that there was some deleted emails?
Yeah, I went straight to the trash file, and there was 4 emails in there.
And those 4 emails are the emails that gave her the instructions how to access her IDMSS Lite surveillance system through that app?
At least one of them was, yes, one of the 4. Mm-hmm.
And another one was one that was forwarded to Robert Baker, giving him the instructions how to log on to her home surveillance?
Correct.
It is. Sustained.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. And then, again, you waited until June 14th. I know some questions were being asked. Why it was June 14th as the point when you finally decided to arrest the defendant and Rob Baker. Can you explain then why at that point the determination was made to make an arrest?
Sure, yeah. So by that time frame, we had received all the information, or it was in...
Not quite. There was extensive cross-examination as to why there was not arrest earlier. It's overruled.
We were at the end point of gathering all the information, initial information that we had requested. We had already reviewed quite a bit of stuff. We had been surveilling them for several months. And like I told you the other day, I'm pretty good about finding people. And in my normal investigation, it became, unfortunately, pretty obvious that we weren't going to find this third person anytime soon. And so then we had to weigh arresting them, because the longer you wait, the more chances there's destruction of evidence. You know, they'll get rid of phones, change phones, they'll delete apps, all kinds of things. So we had to weigh that versus trying to find the third person. And we thought best to just pull the trigger and do it.
Defense also asked you about the fact that when you came on March 7th, I think he used the terms that the defendant was targeted at that point, and you had a response to that, but she was a person of interest that she was involved in the murder as of when you came on March 7th, 2017.
Yes, she was.
And you testified it wasn't just based on the fact that you knew from surveillance that she was having relations with Rob Baker. Is that right?
Correct.
Was there other evidence that led you to believe that the defendant at that time was involved based on the crime scene?
Yes. Actually, it was actually a very important piece of evidence. The DVR, which was taken during that very short time frame to do this murder, was in a location in the garage that was about a 7 or 8 foot cabinet, and the DVR was high atop this cabinet. We knew that the suspects left through the garage to the kitchen door into the garage. So if you walk out the door heading toward the Porsche, which is what you're going to take to leave, it seemed very unlikely that you would look around and look way up here and see a DVR in a garage.
Detective, 1 second.
So it seemed...
Detective, stop. I'm talking. Sustained.
Okay. So based on the DVR, without the very elaborate description, based on the DVR, the location, was that obscure to you for as far as where a DVR would be located?
It was obscure enough for me to suspect that the murderer had inside information before they went into the location to where it was.
Well, it explains the mindset at the time with this further evidence that's overruled.
During your history of investigating crimes, whatever they may be, have you come across homes that contain DVR systems? So was there any other evidence that led you to direct your attention at the defendant?
Yes, well, they learned, the OVB learned that Baker had previously been at the house and slept the night there. So
it is, although I understand that you're asking what evidence the detective had in his mind, it is cumulative. Sustained.
Okay. Without going through everything again, then, it wasn't just the fact that she was having an affair with Mr. Baker or Rob Baker. There was evidence from the crime scene and other evidence you took into account in order to focus some attention on the defendant. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. During the overhear that we saw and heard from the police car, and defense played a longer version, the prosecution played a version, we hear a lot of gasping, I can't breathe. You were able to visualize this vehicle, is that correct?
Yes, I watched it live.
Okay, were there windows, doors open, anything that you know to be the fact of the case of the car that she was seated within?
The dividing window door from the front passenger to the back was opened, and I believe Officer Davis cracked the side window for her.
Sustained.
Did you see any of the windows cracked or open?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, and then finally, I know you guys like that word finally, but defense counsel asked you about, and said he would come back to it, the topic of Baker confessing to everything, that you telling Monica that. Upon refreshing any recollection, did you ever tell the defendant that Baker confessed to everything during this Perkins operation?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor. Detective Gable, I'm putting up Exhibit 7, page 14 of the case, People's Exhibit. And can you see the cabinet and where the DVR, in fact, it looks like a black box, where it was located the night of the murder?
Yes.
Can you point that out, please? Oh. What have you got there?
Up here.
And can you show us where the door was from the kitchen to the garage?
Sure.
And can you show us, if you know, where the fuse box was?
I'd be guessing, but I think I know where it is. 1 minute.
Isn't it right next to the...
I think it's there.
Okay. And it's true, is it not, that officers who arrived at the scene and were conducted the investigation long before you got involved located the fuse box, and that a lot of the fuses have been tampered with to stop the electricity?
Yes.
Okay. So those two items are located as they are in the photograph, right next to the garage door, correct?
Yes. The only difference, when was this photo taken?
Well, I believe it was taken during the investigation, so I'm hoping it was on the day or 2 or 3 after the murder.
Because I don't know what this is, but that's not the DVR then. If it's...
Well, it's an exhibit introduced by the prosecution, so I can't tell you exactly what it is.
Can you zoom in? Is it possible?
I didn't know he was talking to me. Can you see that better now?
I see a black figure, but if that's the day of the investigation, there's no DVR there.
As I told you, it's a crime scene photograph taken the night of the murder. Would that refresh your memory?
Yes, if so, because, if I may, Monica did describe the new DVR they got, and she described it as a very low, sleek, very small DVR. So it would have been very difficult to see on top of this cabinet. Nothing.
Well, my question was, do you know what that item is that was taken the night?
That's what I was asking you. It's the DVR's gone, so we don't know what that is.
Okay.
Right? It could be anything.
Once you ask me what I think happened in the case, then I can tell you that too.
Go ahead.
My only question is, knowing that that photograph was taken the night of the murder by detectives and officers from LAPD, does that refresh your memory as to what it is or what it was on that night?
Not at all.
Okay. But that is the location where you were told the DVR was.
That's the location where the very thin, sleek, small DVR was, yes.
Okay. And you're going by the description of Miss Sementilli.
Correct.
Whose veracity you swear by, right?
Objection.
I'll withdraw it. Let me ask you this.
Yes.
The DVR, as you can see, was right above the cabinet, correct?
That was the area, yes, sir.
And the Porsche was parked right next to it, correct?
The Porsche was...
I'll have my trusty associate do that.
Yes, right in this area, as you walk out, it would be directly in front of you.
So you could see from the Porsche, you could see the DVR from the Porsche, correct?
You could see the DVR.
Objection.
Do you know which direction the Porsche was facing, that is front in, front out?
I do not know. I'm sorry, I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. But whatever it was parked right next to the cabinet where the DVR was. You know that, correct?
It was parked in the garage, yes.
Okay. That scene shows the entire garage, does it not, as far as you know?
It shows the area where they parked the Porsche. I forget how much is to the right.
Okay. Were you ever out in the garage?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me ask you this.
Sure.
The two Perkins video and recordings we played for you were, I think one was 20 minutes, one was about 30 or 40 minutes. Does that sound about right?
That sounds about right, sir, yeah.
How long was Miss Sementilli in that vehicle after the arrest before she was removed?
Oh, yeah, good question. After looking at it, I would say 25 minutes, maybe 20 minutes.
She was not in the vehicle during the whole time that the recording was made?
Oh, well, yeah, so how long was that, 43 minutes?
About?
Okay, so 43 minutes or so.
That was the entire length of the time that she was in the...
I believe the recording ended when they took her out of the vehicle.
My associate has informed me, I said Perkins, forget about Perkins. We're talking about the arrest of Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker.
That's what I thought we were referring to,
Okay,
yes.
and that was all planned out. They were arrested, they were taken someplace, and they were left in the car so that you could hopefully listen to what they were saying in the car, correct?
Well, they weren't left in the car, so we had to wait for tow, and we had to wait for an additional unit to transport a female.
But during that time, they were in the car.
They were detained, yes, they were.
Yes, of course.
It's normal procedure.
Okay, fine. And I'm just asking what
Yes.
the total length of time was that they were in the car from the time of the arrest until the time they were finally taken out and taken into the police station?
I would say within several minutes, the length of the recording.
Okay. And during that time, there was a space between the front seat and the back seat, you said, correct?
A space?
Well, an opening or something that you said?
Oh, yes, there's a sliding window.
Okay. But that's still in the interior of the vehicle, right?
It is.
And the only other space was the little top portion of the right and left front windows, correct?
Plus the air conditioning vents that go through that window from the front.
So the car was left on with the air conditioning on.
Absolutely. We always do that.
All right. And were you in the car at all?
No, but that's normal procedure. We know the back of those cars are built for safety, not comfort. So typically officers leave that window open so that the AC can blow back on them.
So, again, they are there for safety, not for comfort.
They were built for safety and security.
Right.
Security, I'm sorry.
Not for comfort.
Yes.
And also to hear anything that could be heard if it's taped, correct?
To a degree, as you can see, the normal recording we got is not very good. So they're not wired like we wired it.
And the way you wired it didn't work.
Didn't work at all.
How long was Monica Sementilli in the cell during the Perkins ruse, shall we say?
I would estimate 2 hours, approximately, during the actual operation.
Well, how long was she in the cell with the Perkins operator?
Correct, that's what I thought you were asking. I'm guesstimating because it's been a while, but I would say 2.5 hours maybe.
And how long was she in the cell by herself or with the Perkins operator total?
After that, the jail people do what they do.
About
you know,
7
booking of
hours,
itself.
wasn't it?
About
7 hours?
I don't know how long she was in cell. Once we were done with the Perkins, we left, and the jail people become responsible for them.
How long was she in the cell before the Perkins operation started?
A second, because the operator was in there first, I believe.
So
as soon as she walked in, the Perkins began.
So before she was even arrested, you had already decided to place an operator in the cell with her to try and gain whatever information that person could gain, pretending to be a suspect, correct?
Sure, it was pre-planned. But in this situation, sometimes it just depends. If Perkins is very wide, you totally think outside the box. It depends on the situation.
I just want to know what happened in this case.
So in this case, I don't recall, sometimes we put the Perkins operator in first and then introduce the person arrested. Sometimes we put the person arrested in first and then introduce the Perkins operator. I'm not sure which way it went in this one, I don't recall.
But the goal remains the same. The Perkins operator is to try to convince the suspect, if she is guilty, to confess at least to her or say incriminating things that you can use against her in a court of law. Isn't that right?
No, it's totally mischaracterized what they do. They don't try to convince anyone about anything. And as you heard, very normal conversation. And there was nothing convincing, nothing coercing. She's just carrying a conversation. Every once in a while, she drifts it back to the case. And that's what a good Perkins operator does. And many times you don't get a confession. Even as good as the Perkins operator is, it doesn't matter. A person's either going to talk or they're not going to talk. At best, you might get little nibbits, little admissions here and there.
I think you've answered the
Oftentimes you get
question,
nothing.
officer. I
I'm
think
sorry.
you've answered the question.
Thank you. Sorry.
The Perkins operator did say things like making a deal, others are making a deal, maybe you should make a deal. They say things like that, don't they?
In general, they might, but I don't remember her saying that.
Okay, so we've listened to the Perkins thing, and you're saying that she was just there to listen and talk, that's all, not to try to convince the defendant to say anything.
She's not trying to convince her. She's trying to engage in conversation that will keep the topic on the case.
What if I told you that the records show that Monica Sementilli was put in the cell at 2:30 p.m. The Perkins operator, you said, was in the cell at the time, and
Well, I said I wasn't sure.
okay, and the Perkins agent was removed at 11 p.m. Does that sound right?
I don't recall the times.
That's your memory?
No, it's not my memory. I don't recall. I just don't.
Thank
Yeah.
you, Ron.
Anything true of other people?
The car, we heard in the transcript, I mean, the very beginning, defense transcript, that they put the air on for it, right?
I don't remember if they said that or not.
Okay, would you like to look at the transcript? This is page 7 of defense's transcript, lines 6 through 9.
Yes.
Okay, so the air is on.
Air is on, according to him, all the way.
Okay. And when we were talking about a window, my bad, my mistake. When I'm talking about the window, we were talking about the window that divides the front and the back seat.
Correct, the one that everyone saw when they were sticking their head through.
Correct. There was the long, when we listen to the defense transcripts, we don't have a video. There's long pauses, substantial long pauses, various places. Were you watching it live during those long pauses?
Yes.
And when you listened to the audio that the defense played and you heard those long pauses, do you recall what was happening during those long pauses where it sounds like nothing's going on?
Yes. The majority of the time, from the time that they were informed that they had warrants for murder, in the beginning, let's say the whole thing was 43 minutes, let's say the first 10 minutes, 15 minutes at the most, I'd say, after they were informed that they were arrested for murder, with those long pauses, their heads were down. You could only see the forehead, the top of their heads, and they were in there, and then you could hear whispering, talking face to face.
Okay, and that happened continually then? That's the first part. What about the other pauses as the transcripts went on, or the audio went on?
There was periodic times, but it was less and less.
Okay. Just some terms that you used, if we can clarify for the jury. You used the undercover operation. You used the term UC a couple times.
Oh, okay.
What does that stand for?
UC is for undercover agent or officer, depending on, it can be undercover civilian we're using or undercover police officer.
And then you also interchanged it a couple times, or maybe I did, with PA. What is that?
PA, I think you got me on that one.
Okay, Perkins agent?
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I might have used that. Do you know what a Perkins agent is?
Actually, is that the person running the Perkins? I don't know. Is that
right.
me?
Yeah, okay. So the undercover person, that's a UC.
Yes.
Okay. And then lastly, when the defense is showing you the photo that's up on the screen right now, there's still some placards on the ground, so taken the night of the investigation, and obviously as you testified, the DVR is gone, so there's some articles on top of this shelf.
Yes.
But you testified that the defendant had told you about a new DVR, but that wasn't until a conversation back in May, the only time you talked to her in 2017.
That's correct.
Okay, and at that point she referenced some new DVR.
That's correct.
All right. And then finally, when we talk about the location of the DVR and someone finding it, as far as all your investigation, this isn't the entry point into the house to commit the crime, is that right?
It's the exit point.
So it's the exit point in order to take the Porsche to leave the residence, is that right?
Correct.
So the person had to have gotten the keys to the Porsche that were somewhere that person could easily find the keys.
Correct. Well,
Just think.
Do you have any evidence, or was it ever told you that the keys were in some obscure location where, did anyone ever tell you they were kept in some obscure location that somebody couldn't find?
I was told by Parcell and Brennan that the keys were located in the kitchen drawer that had blood on it, that came back to Baker's DNA.
Okay, thank you.
Anything true of other defense?
In fact, the location of the keys was told by Monica Sementilli to the first officers on the scene, where Fabio Sementilli usually left his keys, right?
Oh, probably so. She knew where they were, apparently. Yes.
Pardon?
If she told them that, it wouldn't surprise me. She knows where they are.
Right. She would know where Fabio Sementilli left his keys, right?
Yeah, but the point was Baker wouldn't know.
Oh,
That was
okay.
the-
But anyone going from the backyard into the kitchen could see the keys right on the top there, right?
I believe they were in the drawer.
And you believe they were in the drawer?
I thought they were in the drawer, but I could be wrong. I thought they were in the drawer.
We had testimony from officers who were on the scene, so their testimony would be more accurate than yours.
It would be, yes. I'm recalling from hearing it from that. So, yes, I would, if you have testimony saying otherwise from, like Detective Vernon, then yes, I would say.
Okay. And one last thing on you don't know what's on top of that cabinet in the photograph we showed you, right?
I don't think anybody knows what's on there, no.
Well, you had 20 officers on the scene that night, correct?
I didn't know, but
LAPD did, right?
there's one thing we know for
Excuse me,
sure.
Chairman.
We know it's not the DVR.
Okay.
That's the one thing we do know. So what else is?
Because you were told.
I gotta tell you, let me interrupt. Detective Gable?
Yes.
When someone says objection,
Oh, I'm sorry. My hearing's bad. I'm sorry. I have really bad tinnitus. I should have told you earlier.
thanks. All right. Well, next time you're going to objection loudly.
Thank you. Sorry. I don't even hear it. So.
I understand.
Miss Sementilli was interviewed the night of the incident, correct?
I believe it was the night of.
And you didn't even review her interview report, or
I told you. I'm sorry.
It is.
Thank you.
Anything?
No.
Thank you, Detective Gable. You're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
May I call your next witness?
Do we ask that he be available if necessary?
Yeah, I don't do this as a matter of course. I will in this particular case.
Okay.
Sure, come on. So that's it for today. That's the short story. A couple things I want to tell you. We're going to be in adjournment until tomorrow, Monday, at 9 a.m. The first thing is, as always, the admonition. You're not to discuss this case either among yourselves or with anyone else or form or express any opinions of the cause as finally submitted to you. Next, I didn't make this up. You can check me out. You can Google this when you're done, what I'm about to say. Tomorrow is National Margarita Day. I did not make it up. But we are all good Americans. Let's honor the holiday. Have a good weekend. I'll see you Monday.
All right, so we're going to see if Hey Mona can call in. Let's see. Let's see if we can, let's see. So that concludes day 15, but Mona, Hey Mona was at the courtroom today. All right, here we go. Hello, hello.
Hey, Chris.
How are you?
I'm all right. Wait a minute, let me turn this sound off. I just finished cooking, so I might crunch while you're...
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we won't keep you long. We just
that's okay.
just want to see Go
I'm
ahead.
glad nobody good came in because I would have been annoyed.
I know, right? Well, do you want
Oh
to
my God.
tell us what happened there today?
Hi, I'm looking. Hi, Irish Amy. Hi, OnlyFan. I'm seeing my name highlighted.
Yes.
Let's see. So I wanted to go early again because I like watching people and widespread panic, and I like watching people when they're, like the beforehand.
Uh-huh.
So, elevator's still terrible,
Okay. Yeah.
ridiculous. Go in. We were having a hard time finding the parking lot. It was really weird down there. So I went in by myself at first,
Okay.
got a good place, saw that Morella, is that her name? The sister?
Yes.
Morella?
Yeah. Yeah.
She was there with 3 or 4 other people.
Okay.
And, I didn't really interfere with their space, but kind of made myself available if they wanted to give me hellos or anything.
Sure.
And let me see, maybe I'll get my little notebook because whatever I did write, Marty and I were writing notes back to each other, which was kind of fun.
Sure.
The sound of that recording just destroyed everyone's ears. It's even worse in person, by the way.
Oh, really? Oh,
Oh my God, it's so horrendous.
the back of the police car, that one?
Oh,
Yeah.
the worst.
Yeah.
The worst.
Wow. Okay.
And let me see, because I did watch. First of all, I might have gotten something wrong when I was there because there were 2 jurors that I specifically remember that were not there anymore.
Oh. Okay. I don't remember.
One was the one that I said went straight to sleep, so that was probably good.
Right. So that person was no longer there, or wasn't there
They are no longer a juror. Somebody is in their seat.
Wow. Okay.
And then there was somebody that we had chatted with by the elevator, and he wasn't there. However, there were 17 seats filled, so maybe I was wrong and there were 19 people or somebody was in the back. But everyone else looked familiar, so
Okay.
I just chalk that up to whatever's going on with my brain. Then or now.
Right.
Or just being bored to death.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
I'm looking, just chose to go, yeah.
Yeah.
Irish Amy and her mom, of course, and Nan and Shirley.
Everybody's saying hello. Thank you for your bravery today, because as bad as it was for us, you were there. So how did it translate? Because for us, it was just horrendously boring. How was it for you guys?
It was horrendously boring, except I like to observe things. So it's just like if you're people watching.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not that terrible.
Sure.
And
That's true.
I kind of consider it like something like that.
Okay.
And let me see what else.
What was the very first witness? Well, there was only 2. We know Chris Gable. What was?
Oh my God, was she the worst or what?
Well, what was her name? I didn't catch her
I don't
name.
know.
Did you catch her name?
Like person, I did originally, but I don't write their names down.
Okay. Okay, it's okay.
I suspect because Beth was telling us who was going to be on, and she was like really excited about this financial person.
Right.
And she told me so many things that I don't remember. I didn't think it was right to break out a notebook.
That's true.
She was talking to me.
Right. Secretly record her.
Like super chatting us up after she super chatted up Morella and her relatives. And they were quiet because I didn't want to be too nosy. So once I couldn't super discern what they were saying and very close to me, I just didn't pay attention.
Sure.
But there was a lot discussed. Morella was very facially obvious in how she was feeling when Monica's voice was being played. I can say that.
Right.
I kept asking about who was coming up. So I hope this is okay to say it. That I think maybe I was allowed to purposefully see two big giant Austin,
Okay.
early Austin,
Okay.
in their proposed schedule.
Right.
So if Drunky the Bear or Ken or whoever else is in LA want to come, it's looking like March 4th and March 5th. So I'm going to try to go back on March 5th,
Okay.
assuming if they're planning 2 days, at least, the jurors will have something.
Yeah. Yeah,
Pay
that's
attention to that.
absolutely. Just shows Degoya says ask your thoughts on the backseat activity. So okay, so what did you think? So I guess initially they played 15 minutes of the two of them in the back of the police car, and that was the video that we saw. But then the defense came back and they played 43 minutes of just the audio, and that was today. So
It was torture for everyone.
it was torture for everyone.
Everyone.
Yeah.
The jurors had a script or whatever, so they were reading the whole time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Some of them take excellent notes because I was very close to where they sit.
Mm-hmm.
So, super neat and detailed. I was impressed.
Wow. That's
and then
good.
they just read everything and then just got bored.
Mm-hmm. Huh.
And then, to me, if I were a juror, it seems obvious that it's like a badly written TV script of the prosecution and the defense attorneys, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like proving everything by just saying the same thing again and again. But I will say, which was interesting, that Ms. Silverman talked a lot and was very open.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked how her back was from her accident. She
Mm-hmm.
mentioned she got a new car.
Mm-hmm.
And she was really curious about us, even asked me our names, which I told her.
Hmm.
And
Okay.
really, I guess there's not many people coming in, or she's super sharp and just remembered us from 2 weeks ago.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Huh.
And let's see what else she talked about. She talked about her dogs, her 3 dogs that are waiting for her because she's so busy. They're so hungry. They're like, who are you? She
Right.
talked about somebody that used to follow her. She worked a lot in the valley in the gang kind of thing. So it seems like these detectives and that DA probably really know each other. The prosecutor, they probably really know each other because they all talk about being in that gang,
Right. Right.
thing. So she used to mostly work in the valley.
Okay.
She is probably, I'm just trying to be so careful,
Yeah.
maybe a little tired from this case.
Yeah.
She's done an awful lot of interesting cases in between, and will, when this is over.
Mm-hmm.
She was on the case before the arrest. She's very familiar with everything.
Mm-hmm.
And very open.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, I'm like, if you ask me a specific question, I'm just trying to be mindful of not blowing our source.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and I appreciate that, and we don't want, let's err on the side of caution. Today, there was only two witnesses. There wasn't a whole heck of a lot of new information that came in, I didn't think.
There was zero new information, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Zero. After having the Zachary trial and this, it's like the polar opposite of awesomeness.
Yeah.
My mouth is agape, my jaw's on the floor. I can't believe this is happening.
Yeah.
And this just seemed almost like nothing happens, very slowly.
Mm-hmm.
And I do believe that the prosecution feels that the defense is being very repetitive.
Mm-hmm.
But, I feel like everything's very repetitive there.
Yeah. Well, we, as you know, we covered. Well, maybe you don't know. We did yesterday's this morning, right? We were able to actually get through it, and we caught up with today. So we did 2 days in one day, and there were 4
Right.
witnesses,
Right.
but there were 4 witnesses, but Chris Gable was 2 of those 4. So they really only introduced 2 new witnesses over 2 days. You know, it's like, come on. Like, I
I don't
understand.
even think they were the officer. I thought I'm all the law enforcement is starting to blend together to me.
Yeah.
Like, did I see him before? I think I did. I might have.
Yeah. Well,
And I still feel badly that they are referencing Parshall a lot because it's got to be painful for everyone.
Yeah.
And it almost seems like it's purposeful to make it seem like he did something wrong.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm getting from the defense as well, is, you know, that Monica was, you know, she couldn't breathe. She was hyperventilating. She's, you know, help me, you know, so it seems.
I thought she was in a corn movie yesterday. I didn't know what was going on because I was listening and I'm like, what is happening?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, trust me, we all did. We all thought
Like,
the same
what
thing.
are they doing in the back seat? Are they excited to be there? Are they being sneaky?
I
It was
know.
just
Gross.
painful. It was really gross.
I mean, think about it. You're being arrested, and then that's the last thing you think you're going to be doing. You know, what are you?
Well,
What? You know?
Those two, I don't know. They seem to be thrill seekers.
Yeah. And at one point, I'm like, are they rabbits? Can they not keep their hands off each other for 5 seconds?
Yeah, I was thinking, is there something on the door handle? I don't know. Or, you know, I don't know. Because she's like, has her head against that window weird. Oh.
Yeah.
I think the only bad point was that they were trying to make it seem like obviously the police really screwed that up.
Mm-hmm.
And he admitted it.
Wait, which part?
You know,
Which part?
Setting up the
Oh,
audio.
yeah. The
They
tech.
didn't put both cameras in. They trusted this tech that
Yeah.
I'm assuming is now no longer working.
Yeah.
After
He threw him way under the bus. Yeah, he said he was a newbie, and yeah, he threw him way under the bus.
And they should, because my husband is a musician and producer, and I know a lot about equipment.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
And there's no way that would have gotten past him.
Yeah.
He would have checked it 5,000 times.
Yeah.
Especially if it was live.
Yeah, you said he had a gig or something. What does he play? What instrument and what style?
Tonight he plays lots of styles, but tonight he's playing lap steel, and it's a local musician, and it's on Main Street here in Santa Monica, so it's super easy.
Oh, how cool! That's awesome.
Yeah, he needs to play with others.
Right, I love it. Fantastic. Does he have any recordings or any YouTube or anything we can check out?
I will text you his name, and you can look up his website.
Okay.
But I will have to ask him before we.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely.
He was really interested, though. He was so sweet to get up so early. Because last night I said, "Yeah, let's go." It seemed to me like Gable and Levine were really going for each other yesterday. So I thought it was going to be good. Then we show up and it's another finance person.
Yeah.
Like,
I know. Yeah, Gable, they kept calling him out of order. I'm not sure why they kept calling him out of order, but I'm looking back on my notes. They called him first day 12, then he carried over to day 13, then they called him back because it was at Balderrama, then they called Gable back again, then they called Cover day 14, then they called Gable back again, then they called the finance woman today, and then they called Gable back again. So he's been on day 12, 13, 14, and 15. 4 straight days he's been on.
And he looked pretty tired, didn't he, today? But I haven't been really studying this. It was kind of like a lark that I decided to go.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, one of the main reasons I watch some trials, they have to really intrigue me.
Yeah.
Is because during the pandemic, I was always interested, and I always watched some, but I was so busy working and bringing kids up, I didn't get that much time.
Sure.
And then during the pandemic, I got super into all the Adelson stuff, all the Dan Markel stuff.
Sure.
I know everybody's name and everything they did because I know that case so well.
Right.
But this one, I forgot to know all the officers, but I saw them, and I saw the English guy, and you know that guy that looks disengaged who sits next to Monica
Yeah, DeMonica.
at the table.
yeah.
So from the pot, it's really interesting in person because in the front it just looks like he's looking down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I really watched him. His whole body posture is like 45 degrees away from hers in the chair.
Okay.
And he seems quite enamored with his boss.
Okay.
So he's all in, and he's doing little things around there for, is it Levine or Levine?
I think it's Levine.
Okay. I know it's spelled like that, but I don't
Yeah.
know that sound.
And I think I know. I think I know his name. I think that's Jeremy Babbage. I think because I'm on their site right now. It's Levine. I'm going to go with Levine, Flyer, and Flyer, and it's Leonard Levine, then Andrew Flyer, and then Jeremy Babbage. I think that's him. That was sitting next to Monica.
The
today.
young one,
Yeah.
not the English one.
Yeah, no, not
and
the
then
English guy.
they had a female lackey keeping her company the other day.
Yeah, dark hair.
Like you're on Monica assignment today.
Exactly.
You sit next to her and make pretend you're engaged.
Right. You know, I looked up Blair the other day. Blair Birch, right? She's because we were wondering if she's who's paying for this. Are these public defenders or not? And they are not public defenders. These are high powered.
You can tell the way they walk in.
Yeah, she's defended Harvey Weinstein, Johnny Depp. Yeah, I know, but still, I mean, she's defended a lot. I looked her up yesterday. And let me see. She won. Let's see. She won something. She was like the top. Let's see. Let me see if this is it. Okay. She won something. What was it? She was a top at Forbes in 2024. She's one of the top lawyers of Forbes. I mean, she is not, she's definitely high power.
They look it, they act it, they dress it.
Yep, yeah. No, she has represented a lot of people. Whether you obviously support him or not, I mean, we're not going to support Weinstein, but I mean, she repped him at one point. I mean, that's.
No, people deserve
Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to really speak to my values, but we know money wins in our society.
Yeah, of course, yeah. But I can't.
And people deserve. I mean, if I could, and my kids got, $750,000, they'd pay for my defense.
I know, right?
I think.
Absolutely. All right, so I thought, I'm just trying to find that. I can't find the thing I had yesterday. Anyway, but I was astonished at how, like, she was named like the top LA lawyer in like 2022 or 23. I mean, and there was like 50, the top 50, and she was like number one. I mean, she is so Monica. I guess it's her kids that are paying for her defense, and I think Ken said something that it's at least $1 million for her coverage, to cover her or whatever, to represent her.
That's all of us would estimate that this case has been going on for 7.5 years.
Yeah, since January 2017. Yep.
Let me see if I have anything worthwhile. I finally figured out the seating because it's weird.
Mm-hmm.
But the 1 through 6 is the back row. 7 through 12 is the front row, and then they alternate the alternates. It's like 1 in the back, 2 in the front, 3 in the back, 4 like that.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So, but Marty was so cool. He's like, because I'm like, I keep writing it wrong, and he's like, look, she's holding alternate 6. So I could figure it out.
That's funny.
Like what they were doing. Let's see. That's the other one. This is my new one. We write so many notes back and forth to each other because it's quite boring.
You got to entertain yourself somehow, right?
Yes, I'm very self-entertaining.
I literally, like today's, I took, with Hughes, I took like 5 pages of notes just on his testimony alone, and today I took like 20 lines of notes, and that was it, because they just kept saying the same thing over and over and over.
And that's what Beth clued us into before it started. She's like,
Yeah.
and she was very upfront. She goes, oh, they'll have this, because I asked a lot of questions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But obviously my phone's in a Faraday bag, so I can't sneaky record it and
Right.
figure out anything.
Right.
All the jurors got really tired, and I think I really do know them because I've recognized everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I'm gonna have to really organize this crazy book. Now you know what kind of a thing I had in my pockets while I was in the ER, just pulling stuff out and writing, writing crazy notes.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, Beth recognized us, went to just, over to talk to us, because I was thinking I wanted to go to the clerk or Silverman this morning to see if I could get a list.
Mm-hmm.
But it was so crowded, and there was weird chatting with a cast of characters coming in and out before the jury, so I didn't feel comfortable.
Okay.
Well, it just wasn't appropriate.
Right, right. Allie B is saying, you know the jurors. No, that's not what you're saying, just that you recognize them.
I recognize them. I don't know anyone personally.
Yeah. So Allie B, no. Hey Mona does not know them, that you just recognize them.
Yeah, from these 2 boring mornings that we spent,
Right.
More 2.5 weeks apart.
And do they seem engaged still? I mean, we're on day 15. Do they seem engaged?
I have to say, all of them read that, what do they call it, a script to follow or something?
Transcript. Yeah, transcript. Yeah, they're giving the transcript.
They
Yep.
all were very interested, and some of them even took notes off of the transcript that they're not allowed to keep and are told not to use as evidence, correct?
Right.
But they were taking notes off. I saw quite a few people doing that.
Because they have to hand them back. As soon as it's done, the judge is like, give them back. They have to hand those back, those transcripts back.
This is the first thing I wrote. The juror that was sleeping I was writing notes to my husband. The juror that was sleeping last time is gone, and the one who had their head in their lap has their head up. That was like everyone. So I suspect there were some directions since then.
Okay, interesting.
I would think.
That we didn't hear. Yeah, we didn't hear anything where the judge was saying, pay attention.
And there was a motion, there was like a little hearing for a whole nother person while you guys were waiting for them to come back.
Oh, okay.
And the person said they were 18, but they looked so young. I don't know what was going on there.
Oh, after lunch?
Said,
or when?
Before it?
Oh,
I don't
okay.
know if it was one of the, it's all like, it was either after that break that they never came back from right away.
Okay.
But there was something going on.
Gotcha.
So I said, the jury's attentive. I was saying who was taking notes. Everybody got really bored, as we all did at a point.
Yeah.
Yawns were happening, not just in the juror or your chat room, but the courtroom.
Yeah.
Except Morella did not look bored. She looked angry. I think it was hard for her to be there.
Yeah. Well, now especially.
But I was hoping something good was going to happen. I'm like, oh, she must be here for somebody good.
Right. And then I was going to say, especially after yesterday with Hughes and Tina, when she just, she went off at Mello, with his little bond hearing after he got arrested, and then she expressed herself very, very succinctly and clearly after Hughes. So is it Morella? Yeah, she she has to be angry. I mean, there's no question that she's going to be angry. And she's not hiding it.
This is thought, but also I was in the bathroom during a break with all of them, and I was polite, but I didn't engage or say it wouldn't be appropriate to offer condolences or anything.
Yeah.
There wasn't an opening.
Sure.
So.
Sure. Yeah. No, I understand. And you're getting a feel for it.
Who is this person?
Yeah. Well, you're getting
Why is this woman here in the gallery?
talking to me in the restroom.
And why is the prosecutor talking to her and her husband so much? Who are these people?
I know.
You know?
Right. Oh, that's funny. Well, they're getting a feel for you. You're getting a feel for the situation. And I think when you go back next time, which will be not this coming week, but next week, that's they'll remember you.
I want to go back. I might go back before.
Oh, okay.
But I want to on March 5th because I figure if I accidentally noticed big giant dark bold print of his name and the dates,
okay,
and they were the only witness listed for that day, it has to do with something from bringing them in from jail, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, they have to time that. They have to organize that. Absolutely.
So I figure if they screw up and do one of their normal things, I don't want to waste another day on the 4th.
Right.
So I'm going to try to go on the 5th. And like I said, if there's any other trial channel chat people that are in LA, that would be a good day to come. Either one of those if you're going to.
Okay. Yeah, guys, if you are in the area and you guys want to go connect with Hey Mona,
Oh, I'll know who you are because I know who's in that small courtroom. I'll go.
That's right.
Are you on the chat?
You're right. Well, I hope next week. Yeah, I hope if people are listening, if you guys are listening now, or next week, we'll talk about it next week, and we can talk more about it next week and see if anybody else out there
How
will show up.
crazy was that yin yang of these two trials you're covering?
Oh, I know. Complete opposites, right?
I tried to explain to someone that is not a real court watcher. I'm like, oh my God, you have to see 2 seconds of this. You just have to watch this confession. It was just incredible. And they're like, oh, what's so great about that? I said, I'm telling you, this will go down in history as a big deal. And they're like, why?
Yeah.
It doesn't translate when you're not really watching. That's what I'm saying.
That's true. That is so true. The more you watch, the more you realize that moments that we saw with Hughes are so few and far between. You know.
Didn't you cover Melody Ferris too?
We didn't. No, we were doing. What were we doing? Maybe Chloe
Sarah,
Driver.
maybe because that was close.
Yeah, it could have been.
I didn't watch that.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, if it was Sarah for sure. Yeah, I think it was right around there. Also, Leilani Simon, we were doing her around Sarah as well. So yeah, no, we did not do the Ferris trial.
Oh, that was like I felt like watching that. Zachary was like watching Melody Ferris at her sentencing.
Okay.
Like, what?
Yeah.
Somebody stop this person.
Yeah.
Please.
Chloe Driver, I thought was pretty fascinating. I thought that was a really.
I don't know the case. It probably had to do with a child, so I probably didn't watch it.
It did, yeah. She deleted her little one. But the thing that made it fascinating for us was that the kind of quote unquote cult aspect, and the leader was this guy named Benjamin, and he goes by Z. And then one of his followers got up, Jason, and he just it was just, if you just watch his testimony alone, it was pretty, it's just bonkers. Like that is a moment that I will always remember.
Oh, maybe I will. That's intriguing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Page.
And it's just Jason.
This
yeah.
is, I'm thinking this is going to go from sleeper to whoa, and I actually am curious to how the jury's going to be and who's left at the end. And the judge is probably right that it will be over by Christmas 26.
I know. God help us. Well, I think once Austin gets up there, I think that's the ME and I guess, well, the DNA. We have to hear from the DNA. We still have to hear from the medical examiner.
Coming next week.
Okay.
She did say that.
Yeah, we still have to hear from the medical examiner. And the DNA, and then also Austin. I mean, those. I don't care about anybody else at this point. I just want to hear from those three.
Well, I will say that I recall Silverman saying, so-and-so will get up and lie, and Monica will get up and lie. So I guess she thinks she's going to testify at this point.
That would be worth it. That will be worth it.
She seemed to indicate that in the conversation today, but I don't know how that would be known before the moment.
Yeah, because they can change their mind literally the moment before, you know. Nothing is.
I think people should not get on the stand.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Do not get on the stand.
Any other questions, Chris or Chuck?
No, I hear you eating, so we'll let you go. Thank you so much for your time of going there and then calling in. We really appreciate
I'm an
it.
intermittent faster, and I didn't.
No.
Like earlier, I'm like, I'm hungry.
Yeah, absolutely. Go for it. Thank you so much for calling in, and we'll let you go, and we'll see you. We'll see you next week in the chat.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay. Thank you so
Have a
much.
great day.
All right. You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. So very cool. Well, thank you very much. Hey, Mona. Appreciate your time going to the courthouse and then calling in. That was really cool. And if anybody's out there in LA and you guys want to go next week or the week after, I think that'll be really fun. You can hook up with Hey Mona and maybe her husband, and we can have like a group call-in or something. So, all right, guys, that's going to do it for us. Stick around because once we end this stream, there was a Luigi press conference and then a Menendez brothers press conference. So we're going to go. I'm going to stop this stream and then we're going to portal you guys over there. So we're not done yet for the night, but we're done with day 15 of California versus Monica Sementilli. Thank you so much to Aaron. Thank you so much to OnlyFan and Therapist Julie, our fantastic mods. Hellcat, thank you for the Venmo. Thank you so much for that. You are a fantastic mod and a great supporter of our channel as well. Widespread Panic, thank you. Brat, thank you for being a great mod. Rachel B, I think you were in the chat for a little while. So guys, thank you so much for joining us. Please follow us over to, there's 2 press conferences we're going to go check out. I have not seen one iota of any of these, so I'm going to be watching it with you guys. So, yep, 2 portals in one day. We are travelers. Yes, we are. We are the watchers. We are the wanderers. We are the travelers. So thank you guys for joining us, and I will see you guys. Let me see. How can I get us out of here? I will see you guys in a little bit. So I'm going to take a few minutes off, but we'll see you in just a little bit. Bye.
Yeah.